collecting vinyl, I suppose, as long as some of you boys.
It's showtime. Hi, everyone. You just made it look like we've been chatting before, Mark. That's just crazy.
Yeah, well, everybody. It maybe we're semi-professional now. I don't know.
We're half professional.
We are waving to ourselves, though, aren't we? Because I don't think anyone will be there like bang on 9, are they?
Well,
so we're talking to ourselves.
Well, I don't know. It's showing there are 10 people watching, but people seem to be just a little bit shy tonight.
Come on.
Maybe because we've not.
To be honest,
for a while.
To be honest, we're lucky to be here at 9 o'clock, aren't we? All of us.
Well, these two are. Well, these two.
Yeah.
I got home in time. Just
so you know, people who are watching, these two who live in the a bit further north of me and Mike have been having a little nap before this live stream just to make sure they don't get too tired. Thomas,
I needed a power nap.
We did. It's darker. It's darker up north, mate. It's
and colder.
No, laddies is with a double D, Simon. It's laddies, not ladies. Thank you very much.
Yeah, bonjour. Oh, very posh for a Friday night. Yeah, you only get like 3 hours of daylight up there, don't you?
Yeah, but we're like the Northern Chaos Gods. It's all black metal up here now.
Yeah,
straight through to February.
Oh, there you go. That's a proper view of that is. I wish I was still there as well.
Still in the pub.
He's still in the pub. But you know how good is that? He's still in the pub, but he's managed to get his phone out just to say.
Is it like a pub that shows Sky Sports and it's got us in the pub? That would be awesome.
I know he's what to do is click your phone in the back of the TV and you can watch us in the pub.
Yeah.
Just get us on the projector.
Right after my bedtime.
Have a power nap, and then you could stay up and watch. That's
got to do it. I set my alarm for 8 o'clock and I slept through it.
Oh,
I'm getting tired with all these messages already.
John, good old John. He's had a tough week. He's had a tough week as our Johnny Mac, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I've clicked on and I'm clicking and trying to keep up and greetings and salutations.
Yeah.
Johnny Mac, rock a bit of plus.
Good to see. That's a good impression, now.
That's a good impression, actually.
It's better what I can do. A legend.
Do me.
Hey.
Hey. I think my message would be 20. Duh. That's about you can get.
I do Mark next. Big lat. Put big lat on.
Absolutely brutal.
Yeah. I think Mike nailed it when he said. I think he spoke about me being sounding like Carl Pilkington when I first started.
Yeah.
And funnily enough, when I started to work in the hospital, and obviously being from Blackpool and surrounded by sort of scousers and plastic scousers, if you will, this side of the world, but they all said the same. You sound just like Carl Pilkington.
The only impression I can do of Australian is Lador fucking, what did they call him? That mental bastard that they had a film about, Chopper. Aye! He does that with me.
Aye! Chopper. James.
I thought that was an impression of Brendan Von Doom, Mike. That was uncanny.
Yeah, of course.
We're not doing too well starting off with impressions, are we?
Hey,
no.
It's about variety.
Variety is the spice of life.
With a bit of luck, we'll lose some viewers, and I would have to keep up with the chat because it's on fire so far.
Wow. Good evening, everybody. Hope you're well.
Yes, thanks for joining us after all this time. You can blame everyone else in this room bar me. I'm always available, and these three aren't.
Yeah, I think to be honest, you can probably pin the blame on me and my shift work, and I'll hold my hands up. You know, it's the only sort of weekends.
Blame this time as well. I'll take partial blame.
No, I'm fine with it. I'm all good because for me as well, like the weekends, it's a good chance for me to see my boys. So I have to try and find a nice balance. It's what?
It's nice of you to say so. Oh, do you mean your actual boys?
Well, just send them a link and they can join in. You can get 6 on the screen.
Yeah. They don't know enough about death metal though to be getting involved in this. So.
Too late, John. Too late, mate. That's
it. So thanks everyone for joining us.
So when's the last time we did a live stream, boys? How long ago was that?
I have no idea. Was it maybe? Oh, I don't know.
Is that the first question?
Fucking ages. How about that?
Well, I was just thinking it was like it shows our sort of half professionalism, as Andy coined it. It's probably been a few months since we've done a live stream, and then for this live stream, we have finally sorted our stuff out, got a live stream going, and we've not actually picked a topic. It's just going to be us sat here and just see how it goes.
Well, we thought me and Mike. Oh, wait, you got to break it down because me and Mike always argue about what we're going to be doing the topic on. Andy and Mark always kind of sit back and they're quite chilled out. They're just like, yeah, whatever. Me and Mike are like, I think we should do this. Well, no, why don't we do this? Well, no,
I've already got
let's do this. And me and Mike could go back and forward for about 2 hours just arguing about what we're going to do.
Yeah.
And then let's just do a Q&A.
and then
he advertised it as a fucking Halloween special.
Oh, because we fucking went through so many fucking things, I forgot what we were doing.
So it was. I think it was meant to be a Halloween special, and we was like, so. And after about a week of us deciding that, I thought to myself, what exactly were we going to do for Halloween special? What am I meant to be showing? What am I meant to be talking about? And then we all agreed, well, we don't really know, to be honest. So what should we do? But in the meantime, Scott had forgotten that. So the thumbnail came out as a Halloween special.
Yeah, and then everybody's like,
and Mike being Mike just went,
oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, Mike being Mike just went, well, what the fuck's all that about? We're not doing a Halloween one now.
Yeah, so some of you might have noticed that when we put it all up first, it was like all of us with pumpkin heads, and it was like Halloween special on the thumbnail, and then Mike right away absolutely berated me.
Oh yeah, but he takes it well because his first response was, "We'll do it your fucking self next time."
Yeah.
Well, it's all right for him to sit back and go, "Oh, for fuck's sake, it's not a fucking Halloween special, you stupid ginger cunt."
And that's
you're the art department, and that's it. You took that job on,
and that's how we roll.
I don't mind doing the art, right?
Yeah, you just gotta get it right for a change.
And to be fair to you, the Halloween special one, it was very good. It was really good. It was just a shame that. Yeah, save it. Save those pumpkin heads.
Yeah, I thought it was really good.
But it's good. It's good that everybody dressed up though. I think you've all made a great effort. Yeah,
that's all we need to do.
We've had some questions so far, but obviously we would like some more now in the chat. But let's get the ones that we've had asked up till now out the way. And I promised Thomas at Merciful Metal we'd kick the channel off with the video off with his question, which was, how often do you clean your music room? If you clean it at all. You might be a complete scruffy cunt, I don't know. But how often do you clean your music room? And what is your process if you've got one? So go on, Mark. You've probably got the biggest collection and the biggest music room. How do you go about it?
Yeah, that's a good question, isn't it? It's a good question because I think every one of us always likes to know how people look after their collections and, you know, what they do. Now, obviously, living by myself now, I don't have a music room. So my music's split between my bedroom. I've got all my CDs and my tapes in my bedroom and all the vinyls in the living room. And over the years, the units I've got for my CDs have only got a very tiny gap at the top. And the front of the shelf, the CDs come to the front of the shelf. So I get absolutely no dust whatsoever on any of the shelves where my CDs sit. Just at the bottom's got like a deeper panel that sticks out to keep the unit upright, I suppose. And I just tend to hoover that up like I do when I'm hoovering the floor. Same with the vinyl boxes. If you look at mine, they're not the Kallax unit, so I don't have the front of the unit sticking out further than the vinyl. The vinyl comes right to the very front of the wood, and the gap at the top is very minimal. You're looking at a couple of millimeters, so you can't get any dust in there. The only part of my music setup that probably gets dusty is the top of my amp and the top of my record player and all little bits in between. And for that, I have an anti-static cloth that I keep under the sink, and every now and again when I'm having a bit of a clean up, normally when I'm just having a hoover and a dust, my telly's always dusty, I just give it a quick wipe. But to be honest, because I normally use my stereo at least once a day, it's always getting moved, so it never gets too much dust settled on it, So I'm quite lucky like that. I think all the stuff on the top of my units, I've got all sorts of clutter on the top of them, just old guitar pedals and like the Iron Maiden tin box thing and all that. Because it's higher than my eye level and I can't see if it's dusty, I don't give a shit. I can't see it. So I just ignore that bit. It's out of the way.
Once a year job, that.
Yeah, very rarely. Yeah, it's only if I drag something off the top of it and it drags a load of dust. I think, well, I better get up there and do that. But yeah, I think because the units I've got are kind of specially made for my collection, I don't know. Maybe that's kind of thought of in it. I know a lot of people with these units here. A lot of people can stand their vinyl flat in front, so you can see the front cover. Mine aren't like that. My vinyl comes right to the very edge of it, so I can't even stand a record up at the front. So, like I say, I get absolutely no dust. So it tends to be, when my flat gets dusted, I dust the collection, but which is just the hi-fi really. So I'm quite lucky like that. And to be honest, I'm quite happy about that because I don't like dusting. Don't mind hoovering, don't mind doing the dishes, but I fucking hate dusting. And especially when you've got a hooter the size of mine, you've got to keep the dust to a minimum.
Yes.
I have Kallaxes, but because you said yours weren't, didn't you? But even though the Kallaxes are deeper, I've got some sort of bit, trunking to cover like electrical cables and stuff. I bought a couple of lengths of that and cut it to size, peeled the adhesive backing on and stuck them on the back so it's white, the same as the Kallax. And that stops the vinyl going to the end. Yeah. And I have mine so it's flush to the front as well. So even though it's a Kallax unit, I mean, beyond that at the back, probably be dusty, but who gives a shit? Yeah. And so mine don't get dusty. And as you say, the CDs are the same. And I have a packet of them. So just wipes, just fucking furniture. These are antibacterial. They're not even furniture wipes. Them. I just sort of go around with that, and I tend to do it probably once a week if I'm just sitting here and I'm like, I'm not reading along with the album or something like that, or just in peace.
Quality. That's what we need on this channel. Quality.
Okay, now.
Peace.
Dusting. I just kind of do that. Just sort of wipe the tops and shit like that, and it's like 2 minutes, to be honest, for what it is. And I tend to do that if I'm listening to something that I know really well, and I'm still just sitting here. I'm not going to be sitting reading an old record because I know it and know everything about it. So I just tend to do it when I'm listening to something like that, and it's like once a week or something like that. That's about it.
Yeah, I'm the same. I mean, my CD rack, I've got like about half an inch little ledge, which is annoying. But on my I've got the Calax, but I've done exactly what you did, Mike. It's not the plastic trunking, but it's just a thin bit of wood that I've glued. So all my records sit flush with the actual frame. So there's not much dusting on that. And this is my friend, a dry.
Oh, yeah.
So I just go along my little edges and.
Hey, I like that. That's a great idea. That.
Yeah, and then, like Mike said, probably once a week, I'll before I put a record on, I'll just go and flick all the dust off my. Because I've got white furniture, and I've got a black record player, so it shows up on the record player a lot more. Like on the arm and on the plate. So I'll just. But the one mistake I did make. I'll never do that
paint
again.
on the brush.
I've got a little shelf which I put the record on above my record player, and I did that last. So I dusted everything, and then I did the little shelf, and then it just settled. I was like, "Oh, that's a fucking rookie mistake." That. So again, I was just like, and then I just get like a wet wipe and just give it a wee clean. But it's not. It's nothing fucking major. Like,
do you whistle while you do it as well?
Of course, I'm
whistling. Like actually.
No, I thought it was Richard Briers for a minute.
You know what, Scott? I see your brush, and I raise you.
Wow!
Oh my god, that was like me when I was younger with longer hair.
There's my impression of Scott. There we go. And now that's my impression of Scott. Now there we go. Yeah, this is one of these like mag. It's just.
God, blimey.
I
mean, look at that. That's well impressive.
That is a full pubis. That
you could do that all along the record player because all the little nooks and crannies.
Did you buy that?
I do it as well.
Did you buy that specially for that, or is that something that your wife bought and you thought,
no,
hey, that's all right?
I actually thought I just saw because this room actually gets a lot of dust in it, and there was just all those really crappy bits you can't get at. They're just annoying, and that was just like, yeah. But your brush pushes it away. Mine collects it,
and
then removes it. So there we go. But yeah, I also do the thing with the batten at the back of the Calax, so it's right at the front. But I don't do it because to keep the dust out. I do it just because I like having the things at the front. I think it looks neater.
Yeah.
So I'll end up just.
Because plus it sits about an inch off the wall, so it's like it goes right back to the wall, and it just looks crap.
Yeah, and I'm prone to collecting clutter. There's loads of crap around, and if I had a space in front of the albums, I'd end up putting shit on the shelves, and I keep things to the front to stop me putting shit on the shelves. So yeah. Anyway, I hope
that was a comprehensive handover for you there, Thomas. I hope you sleep well knowing all that info now.
Yeah, we're very clean.
I definitely feel like I need to invest in a brush though. I think
magnetic one.
I do the same as Mike really. So if I'm sat and I'm actually listening to some music and I'm sat there and I'm looking around and I see a bit of dust, I'll just get involved straight away, get it sorted. But if I'm honest, if I'm dead honest with you, that tends to involve my finger just getting wiped across the top of it.
I was going to say, jumping into work isn't really sort of what you're used to hearing from someone with that sort of accent, is
it? Thank you.
Do you, to get the dust, do you like spread a bit of jam on your finger first and do that to actually get the dust to stick to your finger? Or is there a special technique?
It's just ridiculous.
According to Mike and my work ethic, I obviously just pull it out of my arse, don't I?
Yeah.
I think we've rinsed that subject. I just want to say for people who are putting some comments in, there's a lot coming through, and as we're chatting, I may miss one or two of them. So apologies if I don't pop it up. You can always ask it again later. And I guess if you ask it again later and I still miss it, then I probably thought it was a rubbish question.
Yeah.
No, I'm only kidding.
You only just come back, Andy. You can't say that to them.
Listen, our viewers are rule. So whatever they ask us, we have to answer it.
I'll try and find them all. Promise you. Here we go.
Question for the group:
Do you watch your own videos? Do you find you're overly critical of yourself on camera?
Billy, good question, Billy. Who's going first?
I actually do, but kind of when they're done and I'm uploading it, I send it to upload because it usually takes a long time to upload. But while I'm doing that, I just have a quick run through just to make sure I've not been a complete dick. To be honest with you, I made some really horrendous errors.
You don't check them fully, then, do you?
No,
not really.
That's a quick skim through then.
I let a lot gets through my quality control, shall we say? But not generally. No, I don't suppose I do. Should I?
I never. I've always done it because I think when you first start making videos, you definitely don't want to look like a total dick.
Yeah.
Although some of us do. But yeah, I was always really nervous that somebody would come on and go, "Well, that's fucking wrong. You got that wrong." And I was like, "Oh, fucking hell!" So that is. I said that, and I think that's just always carried on. I've always record a video and then I'll always just watch it back just to make sure I've not made any. I mean, I do make mistakes, but if I haven't made a mistake, I'll just put it up on the screen to say, "Fucking got that wrong."
Yeah, yeah.
It's stuff like there's like the mistake I've made before, like is for example, I called the Judas Priest album "Defenders of the Earth." Stuff like that, because it just rolls off. You don't even notice. Do you know what I mean? And then you watch back and go, "For fuck's sake!"
I think we all do that. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, there's always wee bits, but I think the more you do videos, the less you care, really, because people that are watching aren't going to be like, "Oh, fuck it, you got that wrong," or "You fucking said that wrong," because everyone does it. When you're on camera and you're just rolling it, you don't notice. But I'm not because you don't like your voice, so I don't really like my voice. And I've always when I first started, I always tried to talk much slower and much more pronounced. And then as the videos got on, I just got lazier and lazier. And I thought, well, if you can't understand me, then fucking don't watch.
We're waiting for you coming in a fucking string vest next, sitting on the couch.
Yeah, with the wee head thing. Yeah. Oh, fire! Just fucking away.
You sound like Dave there.
Oh fucking hell! He's got Lapsine. There's a bit scratching his fucking head as to what he's just said. I would say.
I always think with Dave, and I'm sure Dave Cavernous Carnage is watching right now. I'm pretty sure I saw him in the chat, but I always think, I wonder how the Americans get on and the Australians get on with understanding his accent, because I know a Scottish accent, but it's a strong Scottish accent, that, isn't it? So I don't know how the Americans get on. But anyway, let me carry on with that question from Billy. It's and I think Scott's right. I think when you first start making videos, you do watch them back because you're so nervous about coming across like an idiot or not getting your facts right. But for me, because I do a bit of editing on my videos and put the captions, as soon as I've recorded it, I have to watch it back to edit it, Mm-hmm. And then once I've uploaded it and it's on my YouTube channel, I'll watch it through again just to make sure I've not messed it up. You know what I mean? Make sure I've got the editing right. So I probably end up watching it twice before it goes up. And it's just purely because for the editing, really. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't usually have a problem with getting names or facts and that too wrong. And if some do slip through the net, I don't tend to bother. What I'm concerned with and why I watch some of it back before it's uploaded, and a lot of times, all the time for the last 6.5 years, I'll watch something back, and you might not believe it, but I'll go, "Oh no, I've ranted on far too long about that. I've laboured that point too much, or whatever." And I have to start again because I don't tend to do the whole editing thing and stuff like that. So I have to. So when you've seen something, the chances are it was a lot worse. And I've rambled on. And
unbelievable.
I know. I've rambled on, and even I've thought to myself, "Fuck me, you can't put that out for the general public. That is mental."
Do you know what?
So that tends to be the sort of prominent feeling of my videos that I have to try and correct them. And obviously, some are going to get through the net. Even some that I just think, "Oh, fuck it, no, I'm sticking by that," or whatever. But that's usually, I'm probably not going to say defenders of the earth, but I am going to bang on about something ridiculous for too long, like I have done now about that.
Okay. Do you know what? I'd like to say on behalf of the world, thank you for deleting those videos and not uploading them. We appreciate it.
Yeah, the first Skid Row was about an hour and a half. When
you boys do a video, do you? Because we all do the same style of video. There's no editing. Like when you watch sort of Matt over at the Accusation Network and the way it flicks in, and a few of them, ours are always very much like from the start to the finish. So when any of you boys are recording a video, when you press record, is it normally a first take? I mean, Mike touched on it there about if he watches it back and thinks, "Fucking hell, that rant went on a bit." Do any of you boys, when you record, once you press record, you go? I find myself having to start the video maybe 2 or 3 times because I'll just It's like me. It takes me a couple of times
to kind of get in the flow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just to get my mind focused on what I'm doing and get that sort of train of thought chugging along.
But the thing is, what I find is, see if I sit and think about it, see if I sit down to do a video and I think about it too much, I just get fucking all over the place. So I'd rather just it's like once you press record, your brain just goes into fucking high gear and you just think, right, recording now, so I've got to fucking get stuff right. But sometimes I'll come on and go, "Oh, how you doing, everyone? Rock's out here," and just go, "Oh, fuck off," and then just stop it. I do. Yeah. I just literally tell my camera to fuck off about 3 times, and then I'll get it right.
Yeah, I call myself a daft cunt about 3 times. You're daft.
Yeah.
It's like an old-fashioned car with a handle. It just takes me a bit of time to get going. Yeah. If I can get over 2 minutes in, and sometimes I'll go 2-3 minutes in, and I'll still look at myself and going, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Yeah. And if I can get past that and get it to show the first record, I'm usually all right. I'll just start chatting and chuntering on the way.
I think once you've got past that intro and you started on the first band you're going to talk about, it normally just goes then, doesn't it? But go on. Sorry.
I was going to say the number of times I have the odd note in front of me, and then I finish the video, I look down and think, "Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't say that." I don't end up looking at them at all. It's just
That's why I try and not use notes, because if I use notes, I'll just look at it all the fucking time. So I just
I don't use them.
The only time I'll really ever have notes is if I'm doing like a top 10 or it's got order. And even in the last video, if you saw that, I didn't even use notes there, and I didn't know where the fuck I was. But I mean, there's times the funniest ones are when you're like maybe 10 minutes into a video, and sometimes my brain will just go, Zhong. I'll just sit there and go, "Oh, fuck off," and then just start again.
Yeah,
my brain will just go fucking totally blank.
Just to be honest,
I do have little bullet points. I don't tend to write notes. I'll tend to write notes about things and then remember what I've written. So I'll have little bullet points to keep my sort of train of thought on the right track, But But what I also find, what's John saying there?
He was pissed doing a bolt thrower.
A drunken bolt throw ranking.
Yeah,
I always find as well is if I'm talking like just to any of you guys and we're chatting about stuff, it's different to once I press that red button and I start talking about another band or a band member, because it's being recorded and that red button's gone. It's just like the information just seems to disappear out of my head, you know. And something so simple, a piece of information, I'm like, it's just gone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's why I have to make myself some little bullet points from time to time, just to remind myself, you know.
That reminds me that John's comment reminds me of. I remember Mike, because you deleted a lot of videos at one point, didn't you? And you used to do drunk videos.
Yeah,
they were good.
Is that when you were vintage wine?
He used to come on and he was like, "Oh fuck, I've just like tanned this fucking bottle tonight, so I thought I'd do a video."
Yeah, I used to do
a
few.
And they were fucking great, and then you deleted them all.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I can delete a video sometimes because the fucking thumbnail is facing the wrong way from the other ones, and I think, oh fuck off, that's bugging me. I'm deleting it.
Can you not just upload a new thumbnail?
I mean, yeah, it's just mental, isn't it? I'll tell you what, another thing. We'll save that in case that we run out of questions, and I can throw some other things out. And the John Wheatcroft, who doesn't have a channel, but he's asked some questions. Can we get at least one of his out, and then we can go back and do another one later on?
Yeah, let me just note where I am, because there was a couple of good ones coming in, and we'll try and get back. We're here all night. We're here
talking about making notes, Andy. Now's your time.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Okay, go for it, Mike.
Go for what?
I
sent you the questions, and you've got them on a computer, and I haven't. Right, so I can remember one of John's questions. It was if the metal gods came down and insisted you can only listen to one band for the rest of your life, and there's no, oh, I can't do that, because that's just totally ruining the fella's question. You can only listen to one band for the rest of your life. So you've got to factor in the size of the catalogue and how well you know it, and how might it be good in lots of different moods and stuff like that. What would that one band be? I'll give you a little bit more thinking time by saying that mine is quite comfortably Iron Maiden. To me now, I've always said Anthrax are my favourite band, and a while ago I conceded and I thought, you know what the fuck am I even thinking about? I never hardly listen to Anthrax anymore. Iron Maiden is still something I play on a weekly basis. As far as I'm concerned, they are way out in front of everyone else. And to me, if I was to be only listening to one band for forever, I would get bored of any, to be honest, if that's all I could listen to. But I would probably last longer with Iron Maiden before fucking shooting myself than anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, see, when you said that, well, because you mentioned this question earlier, and I thought, fucking hell, I was like, that's such a hard question. But I mean, there's so many amazing bands out there, amazing albums, but when you look at a lot of them, they might only have 2 albums, which isn't enough.
Yeah. So
you need a band to have, like you said, like a sizable catalogue that's going to kind of keep you going. And plus, you don't want a band that are too samey either, or the album's too samey. So, like, say you picked up like Testament. I couldn't listen to Testament forever. Do you know what I mean? Because it's too much of the same. So the two bands that like entered my head straight away were Iron Maiden because they've got a lot of like diversity among their albums and among their songs and stuff. They've got long songs as well, so it's got like a bit of meat to the catalogue. But if I was going to be really honest, it would be Motley Crue. Like I couldn't see past it. It was between Iron Maiden and Motley Crue, but Motley Crue is that's like the first band
Flesh crawl.
I ever flesh crawl. Fucking hell. But Motley Crue is like that first band where I just like immersed myself in all their music. Do you know what I mean? And they've got their fast, their slow, their ballads, their rockers. It's enough for me, and it's like just that's enough for me to just keep me high and keep me low, and it's enough diversity for me. If it was, I mean, Iron Maiden would be a very close second, but if I was to be honest with myself, it would be Motley Crue, definitely.
Hey, Rob.
Rob, missed you.
Yeah. Mine would be Maiden easily. That was the first thing that jumped into my head, and not just because I mean they have always been the mainstay favorite band. Like you, Mike, I listen to them a lot. I actually listen to a lot of modern day Maiden, probably more than 80s Maiden these days, just because it's not as. I mean, it's getting to be as familiar, but I just know that other stuff like back of my hand. But to listen to only one band ever, they've got like 4 eras: Diano, Bruce, Blaze Bayley, and then the second Bruce era. And it's all you can mix it up. It's not the same band. It's not like they're. I mean, Saxon is a little bit samey, although the crap Maiden is better than crap Saxon. I gotta say. So I would definitely go with
crap Maiden is fucking crap Maiden. Like,
I'm not having that. There is any crap Maiden, me. No, even them.
You're off your
thingy albums. Oh no.
On a scale of
best
Maiden,
have you again?
The Final Frontier.
That isn't brilliant, admittedly, and neither is Fear of the Dark. But I still don't think they're crap.
Oh no, there's not. I don't think there's any particularly crap albums as such, but there are some songs that are a bit like cheesy or whatever, and that's what I call a crap Maiden. Crap Maiden is better than some other bands.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I picked Motley Crue. They have got some absolute fucking gash. You know what I mean? I mean, they've got some pure shit. But to come out and say Maiden don't have any bad albums, I mean, Final Frontier is horrendous.
Oh no, it's not. It's deep. You got to listen to it without Satellite 15.
I listened to it last week, and it's fucking atrocious.
Listen to it again.
No,
and then again.
I don't want to. It's
until you get it right.
Every time, like, I had quite a lot of hope for that album because I thought I've not listened to it for ages, and I remember when I did my ranking all those years ago, it was quite low. I thought, do you know what? It's about time I revisited that. And then I listened to it and see every song by song. I was just like, oh, for fuck's sake. It's just an absolute fucking bore fest.
Mark, what about you?
What a question.
And you can't say Enchantment.
And you can't say nobody.
No, I understand that. And we had a pre-warning about this question, to be fair, earlier, didn't we? So I thought about it, and I think, like you say, you've got to. Your favourite band might have only done 2 or 3 albums, but if you're going to be only listening to one band for the rest of your life, you've got to have a decent discography in there, haven't you? And thinking about that more and more, I was left with 2 choices. My second choice, and one I've not picked, was going to be Entombed, because for me their first 3 albums are just masterpieces. I love them, and the mid period that isn't too good, I thought to myself, well, if that's all I get to listen to, I might get into it. It's something for me to get my teeth into, you know.
You can't get into the same difference. Come on, man.
No. You're right, yeah. I had a word with myself. You're quite right. So I've gone for Death. Simple as that. Because you've got the ferocious sort of thrash metal bordering death metal debut. You've got the pure death metal second, third, and sort of fourth albums. And then you've got a bit more progressiveness. And I'm even thinking I could take Control Denied with me as well, because that was Chuck. I'll sneak that one in, you know what I mean? Because it should have been a death album. So that's 8 albums there. Dismember's a good call, Stephen. Yeah, I had thought about that as well. But I think Death is more of a consistent discography. So that's who I'd go for.
That's a good question, though.
Evil
Yeah.
Chuck.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, good question. Tough question, though, isn't it? That, you know what I mean?
I hope John's watching, because he said he might not be able to catch it, but he would be watching it, so he'll be rather happy with the shout out. Hopefully.
Right.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, good man, John. Thanks, mate.
There we go.
Do you
Okay.
find your listening habits affected by the time of year? For example, autumn is usually when I spin a lot of doom, death, doom. I don't think so. Not for me, anyway. I don't really feel that the time of year affects what I listen to. I think it's just my mood in general.
Yes.
If I'm in like in a party mood, I'll put something on that's upbeat and like just gets my blood pumping. If I'm maybe a bit pissed off, I'll put on something a bit more ferocious.
What about when you've had edibles?
Oh, fucking hell. Pink Floyd. Or no, in fact, nothing, because I can't even make it to the record player. I'm just
whatever's on the radio will do. I think
Yeah, I think I'm the same as Scott.
The only way the seasons affect me is probably when it goes darker early and it's coming into winter. I'm probably out of the house less. I probably listen to more music in the winter because I'm going out a little bit less. But I don't find that in the winter time I'm wanting to. I mean, all the music I listen to is pretty fucking grim and depressing anyway. Even in the summer, you know. So it's not like I don't have like a black metal winter and a grindcore spring or anything like that. You know, I just listen to more music probably in the winter time. But it can be anything. I don't feel like I can get myself in the mood for anything quite easily, whether the sun's out or whether it's not. Really, if I'm in the mood for it, I'm in the mood for it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'll listen to whatever I'm in the mood for, or even just put something random on just to see if it gets me in a different mood. Actually, I was thinking that question was, well, we don't really change our habits. What I was thinking of, and I'm going to chuck my own question in here because I'm quizmaster, is do you when somebody dies, do you make an effort to listen to their catalogue?
No,
because you always see social media. If someone dies, it's like literally this person's died. I'm spinning them. Anybody recently? It's just I do you go out your way to listen to people who just died?
No,
Is that a thing?
I don't anyway.
Or do you just get it out, snap it on Instagram, and then go and put something else on?
I don't think I put death posts on social media. Because I mean, there's not really been that many in the last, I don't know, 10 years. It's really, if what I can think of, you know, that I've really thought, oh fucking hell, do you know what I mean? That's a bad one. Do you know what I mean? But I'm not one of these people to write, you know, R.I.P. Lemmy or whatever, and I won't go and put a Motorhead record on. That's not me, like you.
No, I don't find myself wanting to put their music on necessarily. It does. I suppose when someone passes away and it makes you think about them and their music, it does make me think about what music I have got in my collection. Grindcore Spring, yeah. It does make me think about what I've got of theirs in my collection. But I'm not one of these for putting. You know, posthumous posts on Instagram or anything like that. You know,
Posthumous or
yeah.
What was, it sounds like we've had another question that I missed.
Yeah, no, I just as you dropped on, I just followed up the whole thing about does your mood and music change in the seasons? So I follow that up with when a prominent artist dies, do you find yourself just like digging and just listening to their shit because they've died?
Yeah, depending on if I was remotely interested to start with. So when Lemmy died, I maybe didn't listen to more Motorhead, but I watched a lot of interviews. I YouTubed a lot of Lemmy interviews because he's been the biggest loss for me as far as, even though I'm not like renowned as the world's biggest Motorhead fan. I do like them, and I have about, I don't know, 10 albums or whatever. But it's him as a person that I was drawn to, and his humour and the way he was in interviews. So I sort of binge watched hundreds of hours of Lemmy interviews. But like, say when Eddie Van Halen died, I'm like, I couldn't give a fuck about Van Halen. So I thought, oh, that's a shame, isn't it? And I maybe Google him, and I maybe think, oh, right, you done that riff to fucking Michael Jackson or whatever, and find out a couple of little nuggets of information I didn't know. So it does still have a little bit of influence on what I do for a couple of hours or a couple of days or whatever. But I certainly didn't think, oh, well, maybe I should give Van Halen a go or something like that. I just, you know. But yeah.
But saying that, like Mike said, I mean, I don't think him that prominent from his died yet, if you know what I mean. There's nobody, I mean, when Van Halen died, all right, I was sad that Van Halen died, but like, it didn't make me want to go and pull out like 5150. Do you know what I mean?
What about when Nicky Six died?
That's good,
that was good. Well, I think I was only 3, so.
Oh yeah.
You shit yourself, didn't you?
Yeah, I just shit my pants. Saying that, you could say Mick Mars is dead, but still just a walking corpse kind of thing.
Yeah.
Weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah, just prop him up there.
Well, when you said before in the chat about John 5 playing the guitar for Motley Crue on their upcoming tour, and I was like, oh, wonder where Mick Mars is. And my initial thought was, I bet they just can't be arsed digging him up, can they?
They've run out of drugs to pump him full of.
Yeah. But it's quite interesting in the chat that's coming up there that it's a bit of a mix between people who don't really, and like Mike sort of really finds out a bit about the artist and goes, into it all. And it just shows you it's a bit of a mix. It looks like it's a 50-50. Some people really embrace that and get involved, and a lot of people don't. You just crack on and listen what you're listening to.
I kind of find myself just thinking for a minute, like, I mean, I can't fucking stand Soundgarden or Chris Cornell, but when he died, you're like, oh God, I remember seeing them, and that's it. He's gone. I mean, I was even like that with that guy from Linkin Park. I do have a bit of a reflection and think, oh Christ, that's them gone then. But it doesn't, for people like that. That's as long as it lasts, But I don't just sort of. I'm not one of these that. Some people are like overly disinterested, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, Chris Cornell's gone, couldn't give a fuck. And you're like, hang on a minute. That's it. That is a human being, though. There's no need to be like that about it, even if you're not a fucking Soundgarden fan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think sometimes if I listen to a record, could be months and years later, especially that someone mentioned Neil Peart then from Rush. And if I listen to a Rush record, I will sort of have a little part of me will think, fucking hell, he was good, wasn't he? He kind of, I'll have a reflection and just think, wow, yeah, he was pretty good. Same with Chris Cornell, yeah, he had a good voice. It makes me think, fucking hell, he did have it. It's a bit of a loss, isn't it, to the scene, when you're into it or not.
What Daniel just said there, LJ Petrov, fucking.
Absolutely.
Horrible.
Yeah. And you know what? It's really weird that because I was listening to an Entombed AD album on my drive to work the other day. And And he changed his style a little bit on their LG, but I remember thinking he was a fucking great death metal vocalist. You know, he really was. And it was that exact what I'm saying there. I listened to it, I think, wow, yeah. I suppose it makes you appreciate them maybe that little bit more. I don't know.
Now that I've just thought about it, Mike Howe, that was a tough one, like, especially when you hear about some of the circumstances that these people like die, and it's obviously these people are like troubled people, like Mike Howe, Chris Cornell, and Chester Bennington and stuff like that. When you actually dig into what actually happened, it's quite sad, really, that they've had everything and it's not enough for them, really, is it?
When Scott Weiland died,
Mike Howe was one that kind of stood out for me because I really wanted to see. I never saw Metal Church, and I thought, you know, at some point I'd want to see Metal Church, but now that probably doesn't look like it's going to happen. So that was one that was kind of a bit of a shitter, but
that comment sounded quite messy. That guy binging on anal cunt.
Oh yeah. I just do that at weekends though.
When Scott Weiland from Stone Temple Pilots died, I was kind of relieved because he was fucked up in the weeks leading up to that. I mean, there was stuff coming on Blabbermouth, and people had been to shows and videoed him and that, and I thought, fuck me, this is tragic. He's a fucking disgrace. So when he died in his sleep in the tour bus, I thought, yeah, that's about where he needs to be because his life's fucking finished. And I was a fucking huge Stone Temple Pilots fan, like.
Yeah, that their second album with is it Big Empty? The song Big Empty.
Yeah. There's
it was. Oh, what a fucking album! That's a fucking brilliant album. That
Purple.
Yeah.
Purple.
Is it called
it's
Purple?
fantastic.
Or is
The
it
first
called
one, yeah.
Is it Purple or is it 12 Steps? I never quite knew which one it was called.
Well, it was purple when you looked at it on the front. When you turned it over, it was called 12 Gracious Melodies.
That's right, 12 Gracious Melodies. £10 an hour in Whitehaven to binge on Adol.
That's expensive for fucking Whitehaven, like.
Ian, and I tell you what, Sean, there's plenty of cunts around here to binge on.
You're binging on one right now.
Well, that was a nice way. That was a nice way to get out of that quite melancholy. Yeah.
Come on, Andy.
All right, okay. Let me find. Do you want to go? There was a few others offline, wasn't there? I found some of them.
Well, do some more. We can easily go back to.
Well, we could always go. I'm sure John, who asked that question before about if you could only take one band with you. One of his questions was, if I can find it, did he not ask Mike something about albums that you've bought just purely based on the cover art?
Yeah. No, he asked. That's right. He wanted to know an album that you've bought purely on the cover art that was a disappointment, and one that you bought that was fantastic. I'm assuming you enjoyed both cover arts, but you were disappointed by one.
Sussing out where Whitehaven is.
There's fuck all here for you, lad.
I think it's that question for me is quite a difficult one because the generation I'm from, you know, and obviously Mike and Andy will agree, back in the sort of late 80s, especially, with access to music wasn't the same as it is nowadays. So a lot of music that I bought as a teenager was blind buys. I saw the album cover and it was the album cover that did it for me. If it had a great album, I'll give you one example. Rage Execution Guaranteed, their second album.
Yeah.
and I'd never heard the band, and it was it was that cover art that I saw, and I thought, oh, that looks interesting. You know what I mean? Like gangster with a skull face and bullet holes in the wall and a body on the floor. I'll try that out, and it turns out it was one of my favourite albums ever. For that reason, because I discovered it through its cover, and it was like when I played it, the music was as exciting to me as the artwork was, you know. So there was a lot of albums like that. Raw by, or is it Raw by Voivod? That was another one that I bought pure off the cover. Violence, Eternal Nightmare. Paul bought that on vinyl, purely based on the cover. You know, Ed Repka artwork. It enticed you in all the time. So I can't really think, for me on a personal level, there's one album, you know. And to be honest, back then they very rarely let you down. If they had a good album cover, they very rarely let you down.
I was trying to think of like a absolutely shit album.
I got one here. I got one here for sure, but it isn't that it's a shit album, but the question was a disappointment when you got it, and now all these years later, I think it isn't a shit album. It's not a brilliant album either, and it was a huge disappointment the day I bought it, and I didn't buy it because of the artwork. I bought it because of the band, because I was already familiar with them. But Testament, Souls of Black, I could not. When I knew that was coming out, and I went and seen Iron Maiden the day before, and I really didn't enjoy Iron Maiden at Edinburgh Playhouse. I was dead disappointed because Anthrax weren't supported. It was Wolfsbane, and it wasn't all the sort of fanfare. They'd deliberately gone back to do like a small venues, bare bones sort of production and stuff. So I was a little bit pissed off. I felt a bit shortchanged at seeing Iron Maiden and it being so like standard club gig type of vibe. And in the morning, I went down to the local record shop and I got Souls of Black because I knew it was out, and I couldn't wait. And when I seen the cover and that, I was like, oh right. And I come home and put it on, and I remember ringing my mate saying, yeah, the gig wasn't very good, and I've just picked up the New Testament, and that's shit as well. I was fucking just a shit week. I was like, fucking me, this is crap. But I've since sort of learned to think it's okay. To me, it's like a 6.5 out of 10. That album.
Yeah. You know, funny story regarding like Souls of Black. Well, it's not funny, but I'm going to tell it anyway. It came out a very similar time to Rust in Peace and Seasons in the Abyss.
Did I?
I'm pretty sure they were all released within like a week of each other or something like that. And I bought all three of them on the same day from the record shop. So as you can imagine, Souls of Black had no fucking chance against Rust in Peace and Seasons in the Abyss. You know? No. So it's the same for me. I listen to it now and I appreciate it, but when I first heard it, it was a real disappointment. But I don't know if that's because I just listened to Holy Wars, you know, and then followed by Dead Skin Mask. Yeah. Like, fucking hell, how'd you compare them to them, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, I obviously got them at the same sort of time, you know, within a couple of weeks of each other as well. And to me, Slayer was the runaway winner. Yeah. And Rust in Peace, but I felt like I appreciated Rust in Peace more as the weeks went on, whereas Slayer was just like fucking awesome from day one.
Yeah, the minute you hear that digga digga din da din da 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 da, it was like instantly it's in your head, it's there, isn't it? But when you hear diddly 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 diddly, it takes you a little bit more to for that to seep in.
I've never liked Hangar 18 either because I just found it. Well, it's not that I haven't liked it. I do like it, but I've always found it a bit of a chore to listen to because it's very solo heavy. There's not a lot of lyrics in it. They're all front loaded, the lyrics, and then the dumbweed, and then you've just got to put up with a load of fucking noodling.
So I've got my. This was my first ever blind buy. Went to visit my sister. She was living in Bath. Went to a record store, flicked through it, and I didn't even know what it would be. It was just the the names of the songs and the just the shit written on the shirts. And it's not really metal; it's more of a hardcore, really. The first Suicidal Tendencies album, but that to me, I saw that and thought, I've got to buy that. I have no idea what it's going to sound like. They didn't look particularly metal on there because they were obviously not wearing black and t-shirts, but I'm struggling to think of any albums, just particularly on artwork, that I thought
That's
was shit.
That's the Rage album I'm talking about. That was pretty much my first ever blind buy. I mean, look at that. You know, when you're a kid looking at that album cover, what's not enticing you in there? The logo's got chains on it. You've got a skull. You've got guns. You've got a severed hand on the back. I was all over that. What a great album that is.
What about you, Scott?
Well, I'm kind of from a different era because I could just look stuff up.
Yeah.
So,
have you ever blind bought anything? No. Have you ever sort of just seen an album and thought, I love that cover, and never even thought about Googling it or just fuck it, I'm going to buy that.
I bought Walls of Jericho as a blind buy. I'd never heard Walls of Jericho, and I saw it in the. Oh, in fact, Walls of Jericho and Alice in Hell. I'd never heard Annihilator before.
Wow.
And, I picked up Alice in Hell, and I thought, do you know what? If I don't like it, it was a signed cover and stuff, and it was like 12 quid. So I was like, you know what? I'll pick it up. I thought I'd heard of Annihilator before, but I hadn't heard any of their stuff. And then, got it home, put it on. I was like, oh my fucking god! But it wasn't really based on the cover. It was really based on the name.
Yeah.
I thought.
Did you make out on the 12 quid after you'd heard it? Then.
What's that?
Did you make anything on the 12 quid after you heard it?
It's now hanging on my wall.
Excellent. I think the previous comment there, Kim from This Is Music, I think Kim from This Is Music is the king of blind buys at the moment. He actually buys albums, blind buys, and then reviews them later on his channel, like a few weeks later.
Yeah,
I watched them. I couldn't do it, not now.
I quite like it every now and again. If I see someone show an album like on Instagram or what have you, and if I like the cover and the person's opinion I respect, I might just go, fuck it, yeah, I'll buy it, you know.
I think I blind bought, was it last year, Artillery brought out X.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's not really a blind buy, really, because I knew what Artillery sounded like, but I thought, I never listened to it before I bought it, because it was going pretty cheap, but it's not really a blind buy, because I knew what their kind of style was, but anyway, what is the next question, Andy?
Here's one off Macca.
Do you think the vinyl bubble is going to burst?
I think it has to burst at some point. Because do you know what they're doing now? They're really getting it. It must be starting to really peak now. And it's going to... I mean, I understand all the record labels they're cashing in. But it's not sustainable. Because people like us... The vinyl's really for... Right, the way it's priced just now is for people that don't really collect, because we've been collecting for years, so we go, I'm not paying fucking 35 quid for a fucking album. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's not sustainable, because people are just going to go, either they're going to get bored because they're going through like a phase of collecting vinyl, which a lot of people probably are just now, or they're going to be like us and go, well, I'm not fucking paying that. It's got to come down.
I think that's worth highlighting. 35 quid for an album. That's ridiculous. I mean, the Megadeth one, I was in.
Yeah, that was up at £37.
FOP in Edinburgh today, they've got it for 40 quid, and that's a HM. 40 quid
that's
for an album.
That's fucking mental.
It's like a fiver a song.
Can I ask a question though? When someone says like, "Will the vinyl bubble burst?" Do they mean the price at the moment of vinyl, or just the fact that vinyl is very popular at the moment?
I think it's going to go. It's basically because it's had this massive gradual resurgence over maybe the last 10 years. And it's got to it's got to peak now. I mean, you can't go up to 45, 50 quid for a fucking album.
No.
It can't go any fucking higher, surely. And that's what's put me off a lot of the albums. Like, I've bought a lot more CDs this year. Because there's no way I'm paying fucking 40 quid for an album.
No.
Whether it's on vinyl or whatever. But it's basically just because, you know, if they were smart, the companies would maybe put up a couple of quid, but let it kind of ride out, and they'd probably get a bit of longevity out of it.
Yeah.
But they're basically just ramping the prices up, trying to just cash in straight away, and it's all just going to go fucking tits up in about a year or two, and then it's all going to just fucking come back down again, because people that are getting into vinyl collecting now, they might think, oh, this is great getting back into vinyl, but you know, they're not gonna pay that kind of money. And the same with us, we're not going to go and fucking pay that money. Yeah. I mean, even if I had £1 million, I wouldn't go and buy Megadeth for 45 quid.
No, fuck that.
You know what I mean? So it's just it's got to come down. You know what I mean? I think it's going to go. I think it's just going to do a loop. It's going to do a pattern like it did in the 80s.
Yeah.
I think everyone's going to fall off the wagon again.
Look at this. So someone like Rob, who used to, when he did videos, would buy every. Rob didn't mind me saying this.
He was
buy every variation of an album, and that can't be possible to do now anymore.
No.
When they're that sort of price, and so those super fans, those guys that want everything, they're just like saying, you know, we're going to rinse you for everything you've got just to get an album.
Yeah. But can you really say it's burst yet? Because the price,
no.
I mean, you really want the prices to come down first to say, right, it's burst. That's it, done. We're past that peak. You know what I mean? We're going back down the slope again.
I hope it has
It's just a shame, really, because they're really. It's like everything. Everything comes down to money. That's all it is. It's not about, we want to put this out. This is a company I want to put records out for people's enjoyment. It's just the big companies just try to fucking rake it in. And it's not about getting music people. It's about making money, as everything is.
See, I don't feel the pinch of the vinyl prices for the simple reason I really buy so little. I've got to really enjoy an album and say, right, okay, I'll buy it. You know, and that happens so rarely. You lot will buy in a month what I buy in a year, probably. So, I don't feel that as much. There's been the postage is a killer for me. Fucking Bandcamp is like I find that just hard going. I find albums on there and I would maybe have a look at that. There was this death metal band in America who were only at the demo stage. I can't even remember the name now. But if I go back through my chats, I was talking to the band and they had the demo on cassette. Well, a demo should really be bought on cassette, I kind of think, from the old school way. So I thought, I'll buy that. And it was like the equivalent of about £5. And when I went to check out, it was £75 fucking pound postage. And I said to him, what the fuck are you doing, mate? And he went, what? And so I screenshotted the £75 postage and I sent him it. And he was like, fucking hell, I'm sorry, mate. I've no idea why it's that. And then I went on to other people's and to look for a record and stuff. And it was even more. So somebody was over £100 for a record. And I went to Hell's Headbangers recently to buy a Cannibal Corpse fucking bootleg of Hell's Headbangers has brought out fucking bands singing the Vile album, and it was £80 postage and £30 for the record. I was like, Hell's Headbangers. I was like, fuck that.
Well, look at High Roller now. They don't even ship to the UK anymore.
No. Dying
and
Victims don't anymore. Dying Victims have stopped doing that. and it's it is the part. I mean, I always thought with those Bandcamp ones, when you saw the prices, I always thought it was the band were just putting that price on because they were like, we can't be arsed sending it to the UK, so we'll put the price up dead high. But I've sent out a few parcels to America recently, and people who've bought the Enchantment record, and in fact, Kevin's a parcel his way to Kevin that I sent, and it's 20 quid. If it's over a kilogram, it's 20 quid.
Yeah,
and it fucks it up for you big time, And even if the vinyls are reasonable, like for me, some of the bands I'm into, I'll see the vinyl was like $15, and I think, brilliant, that's a great price. And then the postage is $29.
Yeah.
So the whole vinyl, including the postage, is nearly 40 quid. I ain't buying that. I'd love to support the band, but I ain't fucking buying that. You know what I mean?
Even Hammerheart.
HID.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's right though, isn't it? The price, the postage price is as much as the vinyl. I sell the Enchantment stuff. I hold all the stock for that, so I set the prices up when stuff's going abroad. And it is if someone in America wants to buy a record, our vinyl is whatever it is, 14, 15 quid, and the postage I think is about the same. It's about maybe a little bit more, and that's not me pricing it up. That's what the post office are quoting me for the parcel that size. It's 18 quid. Do you know?
Yeah.
And it just it. What can you do? How can you feel bad charging that? But that's what it is. They've kind of put it out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's nothing you can do. I mean, you can't be out of pocket. So
no. But when it comes to the likes of Amazon and what have you, big companies, EMP and Amazon, they should be able to swallow up those postage costs because they're buying so many in. So why those prices that they're selling them are still so inflated, I've got no idea.
Then again, I've seen it on eBay as well, because I buy quite a lot of used stuff on eBay, and I mean, they're putting postage at like £8 now for a fucking record, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Mental, innit?
It's
I don't know. I don't think. Getting back to the vinyl bubble, Frank at Channel 33, he's been making a few videos recently, sort of saying about the CD resurgence. I think that's absolutely fucking dead in the water. That ain't happening. That is not. They are not going to do with CDs what has happened with vinyl. It's just not going to happen. I think it's far too soon after people going, oh shit, vinyl again. Right, okay, then I'm on board. It's far too soon with that, and
look at the price of CDs now.
Yeah, but the cassettes get sold as a little
16, 18 quid.
The cassettes get sold as a little keepsake. I would say fucking 75% of cassettes don't get took out the shrink wrap, really. They're just there as a little support the band keepsake token thing. And the vinyl are for the guys that really want to immerse themselves in the whole experience. And the CD is a jack of all trades, but master of none, really. And I just don't see that having the same sort of people having the same desire for something that, for something like that. Even though it's a great format, I'm not disputing that, but it doesn't serve any. Really, it's not nerdy enough. It's not involved enough. You know what I mean? It's like put it in, press play, and fuck off, and that's it. It's not involved enough it's like film cameras. If somebody's into photography and stuff, that 35mm film cameras are now making a resurgence, just like vinyl has, because people want to buy film and load it and wind it on and fuck about with lenses and all that shit. Whereas they could get just as good a result out of the fucking phone, but that's no fun for the people that want to immerse themselves in the hobby. And CDs are not immersive. They're good.
I think the thing for CDs, I think CDs for me, they're here and they're here to stay, and you might not get peaks and troughs in their sales, but CDs are just so reliable.
Yeah.
You know, when vinyl, if you're talking about vinyl, you're talking about cassettes, and I have all the formats, but, you know, vinyl, it arrives, it's got seam splits, it's warped, it's a fragile kind of thing. Same with cassettes. They can play a bit fast, they can play a bit slow, they get stretched. There's not a lot that can go wrong with a CD. As long as you don't, you know, try and butter it and toast it, you'll be all right, you know. So I think vinyl and tape seem to always have that peak and trough because people, they're into it. They're into the process of playing a record, but really they are fragile. They're a lot to look after. They're not as reliable. You know, how many times do you hear people who buy CDs and they're moaning about the way it was sent to them? Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's in a case anyway. So I think, you know, tapes and vinyl are always going to have popular moments and unpopular moments, whereas CDs are very much, you know.
The difference with the CD is if it arrives cracked, you go, oh, I'm pissed off with that. And then you go in a box of your spare CD cases and swap it over.
Yeah.
But you can't do that with vinyl, can you? Because it's like the packaging is part of the box.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's part of the thing.
Yeah, and somebody mentioned there as well, the more vinyl they make now, there's less quality control.
Yeah, and that is a good point.
They're making so many, they're pumping so many out a day. Nobody's fucking looking at anything. You know, like you say, seam splits, it's bent, it's warped. I mean, the amount of warped records you get now, brand new warped records, is fucking outrageous.
And it's that bad that we're actually praising people when they send the record outside of the sleeve. Oh, he knows what he's doing. He's took it out the sleeve before he sent it. Yeah. That should be the fucking norm. It shouldn't be someone's being special by doing that. That should be the norm. Think about it. It can rattle about inside the sleeve, so we best take it out. You know.
I sent Jürgen a record recently in the sleeve, but it was still sealed, and I looked at it before I packed it up for him, and I was like, I should be taking that record out of that sleeve, but I thought I've just got him that, and it's still sealed. I'm not fucking. I don't want him thinking I've given him my fucking old one. Do you know what I mean? So
do you know what I've done similar with people when I've sent stuff out, and I've said to them, Do you want me to?
Yeah.
It's sealed. Do you want me to unpack it for you? And I've given them the option.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're university educated, Andy. I'm not.
and that's what I did my degree in, vinyl packaging. It was a niche course.
Have you seen the post? Have you seen the post people in Whitehaven?
Yeah. Fucking hell. But I tell you what else that vinyl has over CD. For an absolute nerd like me, you look at vinyl, as I'm getting more and more, I'm looking at it and thinking, oh yeah, I like the look of that. You look at the CDs and it's a fucking digipack, a fucking big ugly double case, a single case, a slimline kit, and I'm like, oh, fuck off, standardize it, please, I hate this.
Yeah. But do you know what? Scott made a good point before, and, you know, most of my collection CDs, but I'm very much into vinyl, as you well know now. But I'm finding that the prices of CDs is creeping up, you know. And sometimes I'm looking at the price of a vinyl at say $17.99, and the CD's $13.99.
Yeah.
And I start thinking, fuck hell, you know, that vinyl. That vinyl's probably £2 or £3 higher than I'd like to pay, but the CD's £4 more than I want to pay. You know?
Yeah.
And you get a poster.
yeah. And the glorious artwork and its full 12-inch beautifulness.
All right.
You've heard that before, haven't you?
Let's move on. Sean Beast has been Scott. Sean Beast has been waiting patiently, and his question is
he's home from the pub. He'll be asleep now.
He's been out for half an hour. He may well be asleep by now. We're backing up with the questions, guys.
Just make sure that shit pan's not on.
So, I think the gist here is price of merch. What's what puts you off? What would you not pay for merch?
What does a piece of merch? No, I have this. I have this theory on that because obviously we buy merch as well for enchantment. But I remember going to it was the Slayer gig, Slayer, Lamb of God, Anthrax, and Obituary, and their t-shirts were 30 quid just for a t-shirt. The long sleeves were £45.
Yeah, me and Andy, when we were at Anthrax, the t-shirts were 30 quid. I was like, fucking 30 quid for a fucking t-shirt.
Unbelievable. Now, I know for a fact, if you have a t-shirt made, and if it's a full colour front and back print, it's going to cost that band probably, and depends on how many they have made,
a fucking shitload.
They're going to have a few thousand made. When Enchantment have them done, we have them done in batches of 50. You know what I mean? And even a t-shirt, a full colour, if you had 50, it maybe cost you a tenner at the most to have it made. So if you wanted to double your money, which I wouldn't argue any band wanting to double the money on something, you pay a tenner for it, you sell it for 20 quid. Do you know? That in my book is, I see a t-shirt, 20 quid, yeah, I'll pay that because
that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I know it's cost the band a tenner. But justifying £30 on a t-shirt that a band has only paid between £7 and £10 for. Sean's awake.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty like £30 for a t-shirt. I was like, fucking hell.
Yeah, it's naughty.
That's a lot.
Yeah, prime example. Yeah, Andy there with Hell Ripper. He gets a lot of merch up there. Enchantment use the same company as James and Hell Ripper for the t-shirt, so I know how much it costs, and James charges accordingly. If the t-shirt costs him £6 to make it, he sells it for 12 quid.
Yeah,
which is absolutely right.
That's great.
And with the postage, that's 15 quid. Who's not going to buy a t-shirt for 15 quid?
Exactly.
I think about 20 quid for a t-shirt is where I top out at, to be honest.
Yeah.
Say again, Mike, I missed that.
I'm saying about 20 quid for a t-shirt is probably where I'd top out. If I was 19 and I had a fucking great body, I would maybe spend 25. But I would top out about 20 quid.
Yeah, 35 was too much for me at Anthrax, but it's Anthrax, and I wanted a tour t-shirt. And if I'm buying a tour t-shirt, it's got to have the dates on the back. I'm not buying a tour t-shirt.
Yeah, that's right.
But you see, that's where it's naughty. They're naughty because they know that, Andy. I'm the same as you.
I know, and I know they know that I know they know. But I bought it anyway. But I bought two at 20 quid each. I'd have bought two of them because they had some great designs, and it's Anthrax, is one of my favorite bands. But they got one, so they got 5 quid less out of me. Yeah,
and there you go. If they've had the two up for 20 quid, you'd have bought the both.
Two for 70.
Fuck that.
No.
Fuck that shit.
Fuck that shit.
Yeah. I'll never forget. I went to see Flesh Crawl, and it was before the singer Sven died, unfortunately, a few years back now. And they were selling some of the merch at the gig, and they'd been on the road a little bit. They'd already sold a few things, and they must have been getting to the end of what the tour was. A few dates left, and they were selling the merch, and the t-shirts were a tenner, and the long sleeves were 15 quid. Do you know? So I bought a t-shirt and a long sleeve because that was the price of them. You know what I mean? I thought, how good's that? That was still, I could buy a t-shirt and a long sleeve for 20 quid cheaper than a Slayer long sleeve.
Yeah.
Well, look what Mac has just put up there, £45 at Arch Enemy.
That's really outrageous.
Arch Enemy are not a band that can command that type of money, ever.
No.
I'd have expected the singer to have worn that and rubbed a fanny with it for that price.
Fucking right. Yeah. And took it off with no else on and give you hers.
I would want
40 quid's my limit.
Yeah, you want a Whitehaven anal cunt rub for that as well, wouldn't you?
That sounds like a marinade.
That's the Whitehaven marinade.
Yeah.
An anal cunt rub.
Let that sit in the fridge overnight.
You know, I think you've got a low opinion of this little place.
only from what you tell us.
You do such a great job.
The fucking
It
shit
so
ball,
lovely
yeah.
as well. Whitehaven.
Mm.
That's another thing. Isn't it? Talking about Scotty in there, has he not been selling guitars, signed guitars for and after gigs and
he plays it for one song.
Yeah. He plays one of the songs with the guitar and then signs it and then sells it.
I think so. Yeah, Gary Holt I think does the same thing. I think it's a
Paul Stanley does it. Nicky Six does it.
Oh, do they all do it? Do they?
Yeah, but I mean, they're looking at $5,000 for some of them.
Yeah, that's. I understand they've got to make a living. I'm all up, but I'm sure the boys in Anthrax aren't short of a quid or two, are they? You know.
Anthrax is just a mini version of Kiss when it comes to merchandising, and they learn off fucking Gene Simmons as well. He's pally with them, and I think he advises, or they just know to sort of copy what they're doing. And Gene Simmons has been doing that whole. He gets a sword or whatever. What is it? He does he swallow a sword, or he does something, breathes fire, or he does something with something every night, and he sells that as well. You know.
Wow.
Whatever he does,
I do know a lot of bands that they rely on the merch. That's how they make their money. I understand that, because they sign the record deals, and you get X amount of pounds for every CD you sell. But it's buttons really. The record company make most of the money. If you, for example, you sell a CD for £10, most bands are going to get. You're lucky if you see £1.50 of that.
Yeah.
But when it comes to merch, the big bands, they'll be looking at 50-60% of the profits they'll get from that. Slipknot were the first sort of band to really prove how popular merch was, because at their gigs they would fucking sell a shitload of merch. And it wasn't long before Slipknot were in the stratosphere, the metal stratosphere, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it's not just down to their music; it's down to the merch and the amount of stuff they were selling.
Yeah,
my mate went to see the last Maiden tour. The Legacy of the Beast thing a couple of years ago, and there was 4 queues around the stadium for you to buy at the t-shirt stall, and each queue had a stand up and said, an hour and a half from this point. And they were fucking way beyond it. So the queues just to buy a t-shirt on all 4 things were like 2-3 hours long for the fucking t-shirt.
Fucking hell.
Andy will get in early.
You'd have got to see the Queen quicker, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, you would if you were Philip Schofield.
Can we all take a moment to celebrate Nathan's dump, and then we can move on.
Right, next question, Andy.
Okay, we are going to go back to 9:51. I want to write down timestamps to questions. Okay, so this one is around a band you regret not seeing live.
So you've had the chance to see them, so you can't be like the Beatles or some shit. You've had the chance.
I don't know, maybe. Yeah. I guess it's got to be one that you could have seen, but you haven't. I guess. We're not chatting offline. I don't know the full context here. You've got to.
Yeah.
You've got to ride it. Go with it.
I'll go first. I think the one for me, and I have seen them a couple of times since. But one of my biggest regrets is a friend of mine had tickets to go and see Testament when they just brought out the New Order, and they were playing in Preston. And he said, "I've got a spare ticket. Do you fancy it?" And I was like, I can't remember if I was seeing a bird at the time and I was on a promise or what, but I knocked it back. And I've seen them since, and as we well know, they're a good band. But it was the new Order tour, it was so they were going to be playing all stuff off the Legacy and the New Order, and that would have been it, And I kind of regret because the ticket was there for me. All I had to do was get in the guy's car and go. And I never did for whatever reason. So I do regret that. But I've been lucky enough to see him since.
Sabbath and Zentrix for me, Manchester. My mates had tickets and they went, and I could have just gone. And I think it was a monetary thing that I was like, well, I want to go out at the weekend, and I was like a kid with hardly any money, pocket money, and what I saved from school or whatever. So it was like, well, I want to go to the local rock night, and I wouldn't be able to do any of that if I go and see Sabbath and Zentrix, and I'm sure I'll see them again. Little did I know that Sabbath's career would be fucking cut short.
Yeah.
Because at the time you just think, well, all right, I'm missing them this time, but I'll see them, won't I? But obviously not. I regret not doing that on the Dreamweaver tour.
Yeah, that would have been.
I've got 3. 2 of them I was actually at the gigs, but I didn't see the bands. And so first one was back.
Elaborate.
Anthrax. First one was I saw Anthrax in Cardiff on the Among the Living tour. I believe Testament was supporting them, but I was at that age where it was just like if I didn't know the support band, I didn't bother going to see them.
Yeah,
that was like 80. About seeing Testament in '87. I've seen Testament a few times since, but it's been the modern Testament. It's been in the last few years. So I kind of think like, God, my God, why wasn't I just switched on enough at the end to know who Testament were? Second one, I've mentioned this before as well, is at my first gig. I might have mentioned it before about Donington '87, my first gig, once or twice. But Dio, I was there. Dio was one of the bands that I remember being knackered. I kind of checked out because Dio to me was that old dude that was in Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath was dad rock. This is 1987. I was 16. Dio to me was just kind of. It was almost like. I had no idea of who he was really, but it was old music and it wasn't of interest to me. So having just watched Metallica, I just trudged off, and I remember it vaguely in the background, but I didn't really pay attention. And I still feel like I need to apologize to him for that, because it's just Dio, and I just didn't give a shit. And the third one would be the gig that I was going to go to with you guys, and I fucked off to Australia instead. And I kind of thought that would have been awesome.
Funny.
It was awesome. And
was it Exodus, Death Angel, and
Testament.
But not only that, it was the Backstreet Boozers of Glasgow beforehand.
Oh, I've been in there with Scott. Don't worry.
Yeah,
it was amazing.
Yeah, we walked into one of the pubs, and I just said, I looked around, looked at the colours on the wall, and I thought, if anybody asks, just say you're a Celtic fan.
we actually went. Scott and I went to see Anthrax recently in Glasgow, and got to the station. It was like, die for a pish, and there was a pub across the road, and we went in it, and it was like, as soon as I took one step inside, I kind of. I might have weed myself a little bit.
I started backing out.
I was like, I don't want to go in. I'm scared.
I said, I actually told him, do you want me to go in first?
Yeah.
So we went for a fucking a dual piss, just in case we're like back to back, just like fucking like that.
Yeah. You don't want to end up in one of those boozer pubs like on Train Spotting, do you? You know what I mean?
Oh, that's what. Yeah. What was that?
There were people dancing in there, and all the lights were on. It was super bright, and there was just
it's called Dows. So basically, when you come out Glasgow station, the train station, it's right across the road, and I swear to God, it's in the middle of the centre of Glasgow. You think it would be like a really nice place? It's a fucking shithole. And then you walk into the toilets. It's just like an industrial storeroom.
Really?
With just like fucking graffiti everywhere, and it was just an absolute fucking shithole. And honestly, we were like, let's get the fuck out of here.
I still cry myself to sleep.
The good thing for us when when we went, and obviously you weren't there, Andy, but we went to the nice posh boozers early on. So by the time we got to these backstreet Glaswegian boozers, we were fucking leathered already. So that always helped. We weren't frightened.
No, we're full of Dutch courage by then.
Absolutely, yeah.
Good laugh. I think. What was the question again?
Which is your worst boozer? No, that wasn't it.
What's the worst boozer you've been in?
Which is the worst pub in Scotland?
Band you regret not seeing live.
Oh yeah, I think for me it'd be well, obviously I've not had as many chances as you lot to see bands, but I think it'd probably be Black Sabbath. They played Glasgow. It was a few years ago now. Can't remember what year it was. Might have been about 5 or 6 years ago, but they were doing the tour when they all reunited, and I think it was for 13? They were touring that, and I had the opportunity to go and I didn't go, and I really wish I had, because I don't think I'll actually see Ozzy now. I'd quite like to see Ozzy live, because I was going to buy tickets. They've obviously rescheduled because it's meant to be Ozzy and Judas Priest doing a UK tour, but because of Ozzy's health, it's not going ahead. I think it's probably been rescheduled for the last 3 years, and I don't think Ozzy's going to be. He's not going to be strong enough now to tour. So I wish I'd gone to that gig, because my brother-in-law is an editor for the Daily Mail, so he got like press seats.
Oh wow!
So he's like, "Oh, maybe I can get you into the press area." And I was like, "Oh, well, maybe I." And I never took him up on it, and I wish I had now, because it would have been great. But I just thought that, like you say, at that point I thought, you know what, I'll see Ozzy on like another tour. I'll probably see him on a solo tour, but now he's fucked, so I don't think he's going to make it. But so yeah, I'd probably say Sabbath.
Well, talking of health and gigs, are you going to take a defib to the next Iron Maiden gig?
I swear to God, see if something happens. It's almost in my head that something's going to happen, because it's like almost like I'm cursed not to see Iron Maiden. It's ridiculous.
Do you know what the scariest thing is, Mark? Is Scott kindly made sure I got a ticket as well, and I'm worried that I'm not going to make it, because he's not going to make it.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happened the last time, because the last time I never had my pacemaker at that point. I hit the deck, ended up in hospital. It was all ticketless. So the guys that I was supposed to be going with, there was 4 of us meant to be going, and they never got to go either, because I was sitting in hospital with the digital tickets. So yeah, that was a bummer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share it. It's not the same this time. So I'll make sure everyone's got their tickets before anything happens.
So if anything happens, then Andy's free to abandon
you.
You
can just go. Oh, Scott's had a heart attack. Anyway,
again. Actually, if you have a heart attack,
here he goes again.
Send me your ticket, because you're a couple of rows closer, and that's probably
true.
So
that is true.
So so fingers crossed, some good will come of the ticket. If you're dead.
That was lucky I got that ticket, because I basically went on the pre-sale, and one of the guys that went with me the last time, who was meant to go and see them, I got me and him a ticket. But we got seated tickets this time, because my back gets a bit sore. I'm getting a bit older. And then Andy said, "Oh, can you grab me a ticket?" This is maybe about 4 hours after it all went live for the tickets. So I went on, and I actually managed to get one like 2 rows behind us. So that was a pretty good result.
What got me was I was looking, because I've already seen Maiden once before, and that was on the Book of Souls tour. And talking about regrets, that would have been my number one regret had I not seen Maiden, because I missed it. I procrastinated so many times and just not got tickets. I'll get them next time. And when it came to 2016, I thought, you know what, Bruce has had his cancer. This might be the last time, or maybe just before even. And I ended up joining the fan club just to get the pre-sale thing. The only time I've ever joined a band fan club, and that was just to get Maiden tickets earlier. I thought this time, you know what, I'm not going to do it. I'm just gonna go with a general sale and be done with it. And it was due to come out on something like the Friday or the Thursday, and there was Scott posting, "Oh, I've got my tickets already," and it was the day before.
Well, I saw they were getting released, and I thought there was no fucking way I am missing out on tickets for this. Plus, I kind of owed it to my workmate to get him back to a Maiden gig. So it just worked out that the arena is called the OVO Arena. The OVO Hydro. So OVO is like an energy company. My own energy company is a partner with OVO, and it means I got like the very first pre-sale day. So you had to put your energy company account number in, and boom, I was in. I was like, oh, fucking, this is where it's at. SSE, thank you. Electricity and Maiden tickets, loving it.
Yeah,
it's the fucking SSE.
SSE.
It's the only energy deal that's actually worth anything in the UK at the moment.
Yeah, great.
Pre-sale, honestly.
Cheers, Rishi.
Talking about tickets. This one is relevant. It's just come in. I know it's maybe skipped ahead a couple of other questions, but the main tickets were what, 85 quid?
Yeah, I think they're
generally. I mean, I'm not happy, but I'm paying that for Maiden, even though they're well out of their career. I want to see them while I still can, because there's going to be a time coming soon. And you mentioned it a couple of weeks ago, Mike, just in one of our chats about when one of them goes, that's going to be hard to take.
Yeah.
So, what sort of prices put you off a band? What would be too much for a band, or are there bands that you would pay anything for? Let's elaborate on this question.
I think it really depends on who the band is.
Yeah,
it has to depend on who it is. I mean, if you've got a band like, I don't know, like, because Marc, you go to quite a lot of underground gigs. Well, not underground. They're not actually underground. They're actually on top of the ground, but they're, you know what I mean.
They are, yeah. They're above the earth. But
yeah, but I mean, if they came out and said, "Oh, it's 40, 50 quid for a ticket," you go, "Wait the fuck in now."
Absolutely, yeah.
But if you're looking at Maiden, and I mean, even 80 quid, I would say is steep for a ticket. I'll not even go near what I paid for my Motley Crue ticket, by the way, because that's like a stadium. But yeah, it definitely depends on you've kind of got to evaluate.
And you think you've got to remember what you're paying for as well. So the gigs that I go to, I've just bought a ticket today to go and see an American band called Undeath playing in
Garter.
Yeah.
Can you get me a ticket? It's in January, isn't it?
It is. I can get you a ticket, mate. At £13.50 they are.
Yeah, I was going to mention it. You're quick off the mark going there, though. I didn't realise you were going to get one now.
We'll sort that out. I'll sort that out with you, Mike. Absolutely. But when you go there, it's a pub with a venue above it. You go in there. It's a proper, just great little underground venue. The band come on, they play. You watch them. If you're going to go and see Maiden, you're going to have the stage show. You're going to have the fucking fireworks. You're going to have the full Monty. That costs a lot of money to organise, doesn't it? A stage that size. These bands I go and see, they roll up and even if there's no stage, they stand in the corner and they play. There's nothing to set up for them. So the ticket price, I think, reflects probably the show that you're going to get.
You think so? Like, God, how much did when we went to see Gamma Bomb and Hell Ripper recently? How much were the tickets for that? That was about 15 quid, 18 quid or something. Yeah. And that's a really small bar pub in Edinburgh, and that was kind of okay because it was like two decent bands. I was well happy because it was two bands I wanted to see anyway. But then you get someone like Jeff Tate who comes to those gigs, and he wanted over 20 quid. It's a really small. I'm not going to say it's a shitty venue because I love that venue, but it's a small venue. It's a sweaty venue, and he thinks he's probably bigger than he is. Which is he's doing holiday tours now, so he's obviously branched out. But I think in those small venues when bands or even famous people that aren't necessarily so big anymore try to put the prices up because of who they are, That's wrong. I think you've got to. You're right.
Yeah.
You've got to set the price to the venue and what you're actually offering.
Yeah, what you're actually getting.
Absolutely.
For me,
Like you say,
it's like.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go on. I've seen Maiden a couple of times, and if I was the sort of person that was excited by a stadium gig, I would have paid 85 quid for Maiden because I just think, it's a spectacle. It's a legendary band, and like you say, Andy, how many more opportunities are you going to get? So I would probably pay 100 quid to see Maiden if those type of gigs appealed to me. One of the best gigs I've ever seen, right? My mate, it's just closed now, the 3 Tons in Whitehaven. He had a pub in Whitehaven that used to hold about 60 people. And he got Tony Wright from Television in doing an acoustic set with the guitar player. Both of them on guitar, and they've just done Television songs. Honestly, one of the best gigs I've ever seen in my life. I was from here to my studio away from Tony Wright. I helped him load his van at the end of the night. I had a bit of a crack with him, and to me that was fantastic. Now that was a free to get in gig, and when I seen that Undeath gig coming up, advertised this week, I can't remember who it's with now, but there's somebody else.
Celestial Sanctuary.
Yeah, I knew I'd heard of them, but I didn't know them. But I thought, that appeals to me, going to that Undeath gig, because I don't want to go to big gigs now, because it's like I really would just rather see a small band. I don't need all the fanfare. I would much rather go and maybe try and get a conversation with them, get to meet them, get to meet friends there as well, and you know what I mean. So those massive gigs, they just don't. Some of my mates have bought Motley Crue and Def Leppard tickets, and I'm like, honestly, you couldn't fucking give me them. I don't even want to go for now to something like that, to be honest. It's just too big. And it's not like I give a fuck about crowds, or I just don't feel involved in it. I just don't feel like I'm present.
To be fair, if you gave me a Motley Crue ticket for free, I'd probably go. Def Leppard, I'd the middle fingers up the whole time. But Motley Crue, I'd probably go for free. I'm not gonna lie.
There you go.
But yeah,
I suppose what
the
we're kind of saying
underground
is,
bands appeal to me more, to be honest.
but I suppose every type of gig has its place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, if there was only the smaller gigs, a lot of people would be pissed off because they want to see a big show. If there was only big shows, people would be pissed off because they wanted to see like a more intimate gig. So I suppose it's the way the gig scene should be. You've got the tiny stuff all the way up to the stadiums, which is great for people that want to see that. Or, I mean, to put you in the picture, I was really struggling. I mean, Motley Crue's my favourite band, but everyone knows Vince Neil doesn't sing well. Mick Mars is obviously out the band now. He's retired. And I was like, you know what? For that kind of money, I'm not really... I mean, I don't mind arenas. Arenas are great gigs, but stadiums, you kind of lose the intimacy of the music and the band, and everyone kind of gets lost because everyone's so big. And I just thought, do you know what? Am I going to go? I just don't know. But then my cousin was so up for it. I thought, do you know what? Fuck it. It'll be the last time I see them. This will be the last time. And I thought, do you know what? We'll just go out with a bang. We'll go and do it and all this kind of stuff. But I can totally understand why stadium gigs aren't for everyone. But I can understand why the wee small shitty pub gigs aren't for everyone either. Do you know what I mean? So every gig has its place, I suppose.
Yeah, I agree totally. And like I say, with the prices of them, I think the prices reflect the arena, the stage show, the venue. You know,
Because Andy, we've got Saxon soon, haven't we?
Ooh, November. Yeah, about a month's time. That'll be
And
good.
the good thing is there, Mike, it sounds to me like that Undeath gig. I got my ticket today, and it looks in the chat that maybe John's going, Sean's going, Beardy Red Vikings going.
I thought that, and that was why because they're playing Newcastle as well, and I thought, nah, everyone will be going that Stardom Gate. I want to go there.
Yeah,
because that's part of it for me. That meeting all these guys is going to be, well, to be honest, it's going to be more important for me than the gig. But I do have that Undeath album, and I do quite like that Legions of a Different Kind album as well. I haven't bought it yet, but I do like Undeath now. So
you'll be able to buy it at the gig, and that's another good thing about those little gigs. The guys who are running the merch table are the band, so you get to have a chat with the band and pick up some of the merch.
I like that.
I do, yeah. I like that.
Things like that make it better for me. I'm never going to walk out of there and stand next to Steve Addison, have a piss and say, "Hey, do you want to sign this?" Whatever. So it's made better for me when I can do little things like that.
I mean that's what it's all about as well. I mean, remember when we were talking to James Hellripper, like after the gig, he was such a nice guy. He was like, "Oh, thanks so much for coming," and he gave you all your time, and we got our photo done with him and everyone. He was just like a really sound guy, and that's what those gigs are all about.
To be fair, I think James McBain was as in awe of us.
Of course he was.
Because he was.
He's not stupid, is he?
Honestly, I walked through the door and I thought, "Calm down, it's only me." You know what? Give me a pen. I'll sign your t-shirt.
Do you know what's bad? Talking about that, I went to see Cryptworm, band called Cryptworm from Bristol. They are filthy, dirty, horrible stuff. And at the end of the gig, I went to the merch table. I said to the guy, I said, "Right, I'll have to." I said, "Brilliant set, mate." He shook his hand, and I must get one of these long sleeves off you. And he looked at me and he went, "Are you the guy off YouTube?" And I went, "What do you mean?" He said, "You're Marc G with a C, aren't you?" And I was like, "Fucking hell. This is the main guy out of Cryptworm." And I was like, "That's mental." So we ended up talking, and not just about his band, but he was talking to me about YouTube. And I was just and I'd gone with Wendy, and she was just, we were like, "What the fuck is going on here? This is mental," So yeah, there you go.
Next question.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, let's go through some of the comments here.
He's like, "You're gonna have a piss. Do you want to sign this? Let me just stretch it out a little bit."
Well, yeah, I'd only need H from Acid Rain to sign it then.
Sorry, I'm trying to go back to.
I don't want Udo Dirk Schneider about, and that's happening.
Right, Pie Face, your time has come.
Here we go, Simon.
Do you think material products are going to dwindle?
I think they will, but not anytime soon. I mean, if you look, I reckon if you look in 20 years, vinyl and CD will be nearly obsolete.
Do you reckon in 20 years?
Yeah, because you see, because we're all going to fucking just die, and you've got all these kids now who are just, they don't want to know about fucking CDs. They don't want to know about. They just want to, it's all about having it on their phone. It's all about downloading. That's just going to creep up and up and up. And CDs and vinyl are slowly. I don't mean it's going to be like a big bang kind of thing, but they are not. I don't like material stuff. It'll last for the collector buy-in, but I think it'll start to just really like tail off. Like
I don't think anyone could disagree with that, Scott. I think
it's just the progression of
of
technology
people. When I was a kid, everybody had a hi-fi in the living room, a hi-fi in the house. Nowadays, they probably don't. Everybody probably just listens to music on their phones
or Alexa.
So I think it is only. But I'll tell you what is an interesting sort of fact for you. And again, going back to me running the band camp for Enchantment, our album and our demo is available for download on there, and we sell as many physical products off Bandcamp as we do downloads, which I was really quite impressed with, because I honestly thought once we put the downloads up, that is what the majority of people will buy. But saying that, the same respect, that could be because we're the type of band who are an underground band, and the people who are into that kind of music tend to be collectors. Of music, you know. But it was quite a nice thing. I honestly expected the downloads to sell sort of, you know, 7 out of 10 things we sell will be downloads, and it wasn't. It was a 50-50 split, which was quite nice.
That was good to see, actually.
But like I say, I don't think there's any denying what Scott said. I think it's just that's the way it is. You know, it's the future, isn't it?
It's not even about the collector. It's about the way, like, this is going to sound so shit, and I know because it is shit, but people will be worried about plastic cases, making booklets, fucking environment. How does it affect the environment? How it makes a CD? It's all going to be about that. It's all going to be like, if you can download it and you don't have to like use plastics or anything like that. But no, we're not doing it anymore.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, that's what's going to force the hand, I think.
You know, as much as I mourn about the sort of current music scene and how it's, you know, because I do have a very much of the old get off my lawn type of shit, you know. I honestly think I think in 20 years time, 25 years time, we're going to look back on these days as being, it's going to blend in as part of the fucking golden era, because it's going to get so fucking shit. I'll tell you what I think is going to happen. This might sound ludicrous to you, but I honestly think Kiss have been saying about stepping away from being Kiss, but there's still being a band called Kiss, and they just employ people to act as them in the band, and that show goes out on the road. They still do the things behind the scenes, control everything, but they've got hired guns actively just going out and pretending to be Kiss, all the members, not just two and Jane and Paul, all of them. And I think, no matter what I think of them lot, as far as some of their ideas and that, I do think they're kind of onto something with that. It'll become like a show, like the fucking Meatloaf show or whatever. When you see that, and I think it's going to happen more and more. And what happens with metal all the time is, as soon as somebody has success with something, a million follow like fucking lemons. And in time, it wouldn't surprise me at all if you're going to see Bonded by Blood, the Exodus show. And it's not going to have any fucker out of Exodus on that stage.
That's tribute acts, isn't it? But also, you got holograms as well, for fuck's sake. You've got people who are dead. Still, you got Wendy Q still.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're saying, Andy. It is tantamount to a tribute act, that. But I actually don't think... I think these bands will try and sell it off as a legitimate... Oh, no, this is Exodus. You know, this is endorsed by us.
Yeah. Well, that's scary. That is. That's not a tribute. If they say that this is the band because they're the official licensed product, that is
what I think will happen. And I think we'll all be going, it's fucking pathetic now. And I think it'll get to a point where kids are going to go and watch these bands and they're going to go, oh, I seen Testament, and we're going to go, you fucking didn't, mate. And they think they've seen it. I think they're going to think they're seeing something, and the lines are going to blur. Yeah. And you're going to have to be a certain age to be able to say, honestly, you didn't see Testament. You saw a version of what they're putting out as Testament, but that ain't Chuck Billy.
No. But I totally get where you're coming from.
At least we'll be in a nursing home by that point, though.
Yeah.
but
Fucking speak for yourself.
Oh,
you-
yeah.
you
Yeah,
you
you'll be
mentioned
our
that,
age.
Scott.
Yeah.
I'll be
you'll
at
be
home in my
feed-
rocking chair, and you'll be in your nursing home, and we'll still be doing this fucking live stream.
You'll be feeding us down tubes,
Yeah,
Scott.
your fucking teeth will all be falling out.
Yeah.
But you-
I'll be like Mick Mars, Marc Mars.
Yeah. Going for a
Well,
piss every 2 minutes.
In fact, we'll have replacements. People in 50 years' time will say, "I watched that Contact in Blood." People go, "No, you fucking didn't.
No, you
that was
fucking
all
didn't."
different people. That's not the original Contact in Blood."
Who on earth
Yeah.
could they get to replace Michael?
Oh, fuck.
Well, Malcolm McLaren's dead, so that's that.
No idea. Oh god, who have we got here? And also, I mean, the thing you said there, Scott, about
Oh.
people will get. Could you imagine changing our nappies, mate? That'd be
Oh,
horrible.
fuck's sake.
But when we get to the point where people care so much about the environment and records are biodegradable, imagine just reaching for that album you haven't listened to for a few years and it's fucking compost.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
gonna work.
Oh, that's Mike smeared his shit all over his collection again. Come on, Mike, back to
Oh,
bed.
nice one. I've just seen that come up on my phone. It said cha-ching from Bandcamp, and it's Peter who's bought it. Good man. Well done, Peter. I've got
Next question.
got some nice bits for you, Pete, to send to you at some point soon.
I'm working
Oh,
through comments.
fine.
Give me a second, please. I'm just, there are 4 of you here, and I'm doing all the work. He said, "Moaning."
You're doing a fine
Do all the
job,
work
Skipper.
beforehand.
We're
You're doing
running
a fine
a little short on questions. We've actually got one from. Do you guys know
I'm
Darcy?
going for a quick piss.
Never heard of him.
If time, space, and money was a non-factor for you, would that change anything in your buying habits? I'm going to go
Fucking
first. on
right
this
it
one.
would.
Fuck yeah! if
I would buy
time,
a
space,
fucking
and money
shitload of
was a
stuff.
non-factor, then I would buy everything.
I'd buy everything. I would just have everything in its shrink wrap. I wouldn't even fucking.
I would buy the
get
shop.
it all.
I would buy the shop and and then wouldn't let anyone else buy anything off me. And then
Well,
I'd know everything was there.
Well, imagine. Well, put it this way: if you had, because I made a comment earlier when I said even if I was a millionaire, I wouldn't buy the Megadeth album for 45 quid. Of course, I fucking would. But imagine browsing through Amazon, browsing through eBay, all the fucking whatever country it was from, whatever album you wanted. Of course, you just go click, buy now, buy now, buy now, buy. You just fucking go crazy. Especially for a collector. Imagine 1 week you're just getting an absolute fucking stack of stuff through. That would be good.
I've done that recently, and I don't have the time, space, or money to do that. But I've done that. I've been there where I've got boxes of stuff, and you just thing is though, if you've got access to everything, you don't listen to anything.
Exactly. And
you can't listen to it all.
To be fair as well, I don't think I would appreciate it as much.
No.
Do you know if you could just go and buy everything, I wouldn't appreciate it for what it was. Like if I went and bought like an album that was say 60 quid now, I would cherish it. I would be like, oh, I can't believe I've got this in my hands, an album I never thought I'd have. But if you're a millionaire and you bought it, you go, oh fuck it, it's only an album.
Well, the nearest I can relate to that was back in the days of copying PlayStation games. I used to have a PlayStation and really enjoyed it and stuff. But then I got in with this bloke and we started copying PlayStation games. So then I had this loft conversion at the time in the house I lived at, and it was done out with all that pirate and gear and all the PlayStation. And I had basically every fucking PlayStation game that was out all on discs that I could play no matter what. And I would put one on. And as soon as I come to the first sort of hurdle on the game, like I would be like, knocking that off, put something else on. And I ended up ruining my whole appreciation of the PlayStation. And when the PS2 came out and they put something in place to block you copying them, I was actually relieved because I thought now I'll savor what I get. and it'll make me play them, and I'll get enjoyment out of them. Honestly, I would knock the fucking internet off tomorrow and revert back to 1990.
The same thing was if you had access to every single physical record because money was no problem. That was the question, Mark, was money, time, space was no problem. Would that change your habits? And most of us have said, well, yeah, I'll just buy everything. But if you had access to everything physically, that's to me is the same as having access to everything digitally through the Napster years. And I was downloading shit every week with friends at work. We're just like, have you got this? Have you got that? And you were having everything, but not connecting with anything. And I think you can do the same with the physical stuff. People say they have the physical stuff because of the connection. But if you're not playing any of it, what's the connection?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't want everything. I don't want. I just want to. I want to enjoy everything.
Yeah.
I don't care how big the collection is. I want you to enjoy everything.
You know, you have to find a balance, don't you? You know, because like nowadays, we always talk about this when we were younger, and you know, because of the money you had, you could only buy one record every week, and all that week you listened to it and you absorbed it. And now, when the age we are, and you think back on that, that's why it resonates with you so much, because you had that time to absorb it, you know. And I think that's the thing. What I have to find now is, you know, I'm not a rich man, but I can probably afford to buy what I want to buy when I want to buy it.
Yeah.
But I don't, and I stop myself doing it because I'm trying to find that balance between buying new music and getting it, or what's the point in having an inbox that's got 25 records in it that's going to take me God knows how many months. Well, I know I'm saying that, but if I look down at mine now, there's probably about a dozen vinyls.
I'm agreeing with you, pointing, looking at that.
You know?
Like,
but it's like you whether there was 10 in there or 110, you've got to find that middle ground where you can connect with those albums, you know. And if you've got a million, go on.
Sorry, I was just going to say that's like you're not a music lover anymore. You're just somebody who collects stuff.
That's right. Yeah, you're collecting the physical format because that makes you happy to have that. Oh, that album's out, and I definitely want that. I'm going to, you know. But are you connecting with the music? And I think the more money you have, the less you will end up connecting with the music, because you'll just buy everything that you want.
Yeah, and I think it was Simon that put a comment up there. It was like, there's nothing better than finding an album that can maybe go for 40, 50 quid and getting it for 15 quid or 20
Do you know that is
a buzz.
That's the ultimate thing for a collector.
Oh, right, that's what it was.
Yeah, that is for me, that's like the holy grail for a collector, is finding an album that sells for £100 and you see it for £5 in a second-hand shop.
Great.
Yeah.
For me, that's like that moment. If you walk in that shop and you see it, that's like one of those Iron Maiden moments.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like fucking hell, and it's like, you know, it almost would make you look around to see if anyone else is in the shop. Fucking hell, it's
you know what?
For them.
With that, Sean mentioned it there, the old fear of missing out thing.
Yeah,
I went through that a lot, and I went through a stage where I was literally buying everything. I was buying more stuff than I could listen to, and I've got a box down here, nice big sturdy box, and there's a shitload of stuff in there I've not really listened to, but I bought it because it was cheap. I didn't want to miss out.
Yeah.
Now I'm in the stage where I'm buying very little in terms of new vinyl, because I look at the prices and think, "Fuck that shit," to coin a phrase. And now I'm actually looking at it thinking, like, I'm glad I got that stuff, because now it's almost that's my new music. That's my shop down here. And I'm trying to absorb it and not just like chuck it on the shelves. And I used to I think I did a series, and it popped up recently on my memories thing online about 3 years ago. I did From the Inbox. There are some things in here still from 3 years ago that I'm not listening to, And that's ridiculous. That's stupid. That's a stupid way to buy stuff, because that is just hoarding. That's not connecting with anything. But now I couldn't get these albums for the price I bought them at. So
yeah,
I kind of feel a little bit of a hypocrite saying, "Yeah, I wouldn't buy all that." I'm glad I did. I might listen to them now and I think it's shit and sell it and actually make a profit on it. Who knows? Because just the stupid prices that are out there. But I regret doing it, but also glad I did it at the same time, which is ridiculous.
I think it's we've all got it. It's the collector's curse, isn't it? You know, it's.
I don't feel like I've got that like you lot. I don't feel like I am a collector at all.
Special.
Thanks, James.
Cheers, James.
You're special, Mike. You're different.
Yeah, you're like the exception to the rule when it comes to collectors.
Yeah,
I constantly are making things prove themselves to me. And if they don't, they're fucking gone. Like I just think I don't get. Like I've just sold 3 Slayer albums. I only needed Show No Mercy to have all the Slayer albums, and I thought I couldn't give a fuck. I can't stand. I can't stand Diablos in Musica, Well Painted Blood, Christ Illusion. Fuck them albums. I never listen to them. I don't care about them. Go away. I just sold them, and I get at the time when I think I want them, right, and I'm collecting them, and I think, oh look, I just got Well Painted Blood for £1.50, whatever, and I'm delighted and I'm happy. I put it on and I think, oh, not too keen on that. But before I really get rid of it, I enjoy saying, oh, I've nearly got all the Slayer albums. So I do get some sort of enjoyment from owning it. And then when I change my thinking and I think, you know what, fuck that. I don't. And who cares if I've got all the Slayer albums or I haven't? I'm selling it. Then I get more happiness because I go, oh, thank fuck for that. I managed to get rid of that. And I haven't lost any money off it. So I can't lose. Do you know what I mean? I win every time. And then I just think, right, it's gone. That's fucking great. That money's freed up now. And honestly, the more and more I sell, the less guilt I feel. Because I know in the past 6.5 years, I've bought stuff that I thought, hang on, just calm your fucking self down, lad. Do you need that? I haven't given myself that time because of that, like you say, fear of missing out. Oh, well, it's there now and it's only £5, £6. And the other day I saved one for 11, so I'll just get it. It's like, you haven't saved £5. You've spent fucking 6 that you really didn't care about spending. So I constantly evolve my collection, and I know that people must think out there, fucking hell, what is the deal with him? But sometimes things just all of a sudden click in my head, and I go, I don't need to own that. Yeah. I don't need to own that anymore. And it's just, I take it out of my collection, I put it in a different fucking room, ready for sale, and I don't even consider it anymore. I don't look at it and go, oh, do I really want to sell that? It's fucking gone in one fell swoop. And then
you're like the most controlled collector.
I think there's definitely, I think all of us as collectors, us three here with you and all the people watching, if we could take a little bit of the way you go about it, Mike, then we probably would feel like we've got a little bit of control in our collecting. But
I've actually changed my ways a little bit because of that, and I've started to curate what I've got.
I every now and again I'll have a cull of my collection, and I've said this before. I've been using my Discogs app to pick my music that I'm going to play on my journey to work. So you give it a little shake and it picks an album from my collection. And I've been using it sort of 2 ways. If it picks it out for me and I go, oh, excellent, I've not heard that for a while. Last Command by Wasp. Fucking hell, I've not heard that for years. I'll put that on. You know, Master of Puppets the other day by Metallica. It's an album I love, but I never play it. But it picked it out, so I played it. But then it picks me other albums. And if I look at it and I go, don't know about that. It goes in my little coal pile, because if instantly when it picks it out, I go, yeah, I'm not bothered about that. was I ever really bothered about it, and will I ever be bothered about it again? So it goes in a little coal pile. And I have to agree with what Mike says. When they go, you don't miss them, and you do feel better for them going.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a hard thing to do as a collector.
Yeah, it's like a step you've got to take.
Absolutely. You look at it and go, well, maybe I'm just not into it now. Maybe I like that quite a while
I'll grow
ago.
into it.
Just because I'm not into it now, another couple of years, I might like that. Do I let it go? It's a tough one.
But it also
I saw.
looks like we're part of the problem.
Yeah.
I just sold all my Queensryche CDs, apart from Mindcrime. I took Mindcrime out. And
warning!
Fucking got rid of that. I sold that, right? I sold them all. I put them in, and as I was deleting them from my Discogs, it tells you when you added them. And do you know, Warning and Rage for Order, I'd never actually played them, right? I'd put them on and went, oh, fuck that. Took them back off and shelved them. Never actually played them, and they'd been in my collection since September 2017, and I'd never fucking played them. Now tell me I haven't done the right thing by punting them fuckers on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just think, what the fuck? I only ever connected with Mindcrime just because I see other people. Do you know what? I'm that sort of thingy about it. Like, I get upset at other people showing stuff that I think they've wasted their money on. I watch somebody get to it and they'll go, and I got this, and they'll hold the record up, and I'm like, all right, fair enough. I wouldn't necessarily buy it, but whatever, you've bought that. And then they'll go, and I got the CD as well, you know, and I'm like, oh, mate, you haven't even got a fucking car. And you've bought the, what is that for? You're not going anywhere with the fucker.
Oh.
And they convince themselves, you know, and you're like, you're fucking demented. Get the fucking thing moved.
You should do a video, Mike. You should write down a few ideas of all these things that annoy you, and maybe do a video.
You fucking idiot.
Next question, right? Oh god, there's a lot of questions. So I do apologise. We're a wee bit behind because we're having a lot of fun. So we've got one from Gary. If I can find him. I feel. Would you like to see mobile phones banned from gigs? Only if they're in
pointless. They're pointless. They're just, whatever you video on them, it's like, well, big fucking deal. It's not good quality. It's not in context of a full concert, and you're just getting on some fucker's nerves who's behind you. Get the fuck out.
No, to be fair, that there's, for me, even to get some photographs of the gig, because gigs for people are a big deal. You spend a lot of money. You want to keep memories of the gig. They should maybe have. You can use your phones for the first 5 minutes or the first 10 minutes. Do you know what I mean? And you can take pictures, you can take some video of you being there and all that stuff, but then it's got to go away.
Yeah. But that wouldn't happen, would it?
I'm fine with it. I'm cool with it. If you want to, fuck it. You know,
I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all.
It's safe. It's more safe than someone holding the lighter up and then dropping it on a fucking hot end on the top of your head, isn't it? You know what I mean? But
is that what happened to you?
Yeah. I'm cool with it. It's good. It's like Scott said, if people want to take a little picture of that moment, you know, and
but what do they ever do with the photo? They take a photograph of a gig, right? They might put it on Facebook that night, and usually it's because they've got a mobile phone and it's probably dark. It's fucking shitty quality because the ISO can't fucking cope. So it's like, well, what is the point in that? What was the point in that?
Any pictures I take, then they normally go on Facebook or Instagram, and then I delete it off my phone straight away because it's on social media then, isn't it?
Yeah, it's saved on Facebook.
Hey, have you not seen my Zentrix footage? It was fucking quality, that.
To be fair, them iPhones are fucking serious news when it comes to videos and that. So yeah, I'm basing my experience on my own piece of shit.
Yeah, but not everybody's got a Nokia 3310.
No, I wish I had. I'm still rocking the 3210.
No, I just think it's part and parcel of society now, isn't it? You know what I mean?
I have to say that I am all for, especially if I know there's a favourite bit of a song or something, I'm up there. But as soon as somebody does it in front of me, fuck off. You're in my way.
I think Sean said it there. Look, enjoy taking a few pictures and a few bits, but if you're going to film the entire gig, what's the point in being there, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I watched Anthrax through Andy's phone.
Well, see, when we went to see Hellripper and Gamma Bomb, as you remember, I went right to the front of the stage, and I got at the time what I could get as a reasonable photo of what I wanted to get. But one of them photos from like 50 yards, where it's just like, well, that could be either the Eagles, the fucking.
In fact, fuck's sake, you were like running about trying to get fucking photos
You were like,
at the front of the fucking stage.
Yeah.
So what the fuck are you talking about?
No, that's fine because no one's in front of you. If you go to the front and you're taking photos, I think that's all right because you're up close and personal. It's worthwhile. But to do one of them from fucking 60 yards back, well, I'll just take that there of the script, and you're like, that could be any cunt up there. You fucking idiot.
But you know, it's your memory.
Simon's got a better question there. What do you think about people taking the camcorders to gigs?
I had two situations where I took camcorders and I asked Chuck Billy personally, can I video this tonight? And he went, no problem at all. I said, I'm not going to be one of these that sells the video. It's just for my own use. And he was happy with that. And I had done exactly the same with Rob Cavastani, and he was happy with it. But the fucking venue snatched the camera off me on both occasions halfway through, and they were like, no, you can get it back at the end. I was like, I've already spoke to the bands and asked them, and they still fucking wouldn't have it. So I had 2 half gigs of Death Angel and Testament from the early 2000s.
So basically what we've worked out is Mike fucking absolutely hates filming gigs and taking pictures of gigs, but it's probably the worst out of the 4 of us of actually filming gigs and taking pictures of gigs.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, everyone else can go and, I think his first words were, it can go and just fuck off. Although
now is a good time for me to go for a piss and another bottle of wine.
Yeah. But, you know, I give Mike credit, he's actually asked the band's permission.
He has. You probably wrote them a letter. Dear Chuck, I will be attending your concert.
I don't give a fuck about everyone. I don't give a fuck about everyone stood behind me. But are you okay with this?
Yeah.
Thing is, though, it was probably in 1989, and the camcorder was fucking this big, on his shoulder, in front of everybody.
It would be. It'd be a full on a tripod.
Like a fucking rocket launcher.
Yeah.
I completely forgot about him at the Hellripper gig. He was running about trying to
He was a nutter, wasn't he?
He was going right through the fucking mosh pit and then fucking out other end and trying to get a fucking photo.
You know what? I bet he was sore in the morning because he was all over the place, wasn't he?
Oh, he was getting absolutely panned in. Like.
To be honest, though, Scott, when we went to the Bay Area one that Andy missed out on, that he regrets very much, apparently. Mike dragged us into the fucking mosh pit on that one as well, didn't he?
I know. And he's trying to get fucking pictures.
We were absolutely slaughtered drunk.
Yeah.
And he dragged us, into the mosh pit. And he was like, we've got to get in there because Steve Sousa's got his phone out and he's filming the crowd.
That's right.
Let's get right in there. And we had to get right in the middle. And actually, if you do look at some of Steve Sousa's footage, you can actually see us on it in the masses of all the young lads moshing about, and you can see these 2 old men with Scott just like hanging on for dear life.
Was there a look of like complete fear on your faces?
Yeah, Yeah. We're just hoping Scott can keep us upright for a few more seconds.
Right, come on. It's time to
I'm not
get back
surprised
to your normal.
his back is shagged at Anthrax carrying you two old fellas.
But he does. He's fully involved, is Michael. I tell you what.
Oh, he gets right in there.
Right in there.
When I first started going with Julie, I took
where's this going? Where's this going?
Yeah. That is well.
we went, no,
Children, go to bed. Children, go to bed.
This video is not made for children.
Shush! I went to we went to see King Kurt in Carlisle. King Kurt were playing, which they're a psychobilly band from back in the 80s who I absolutely love.
Is this the one you keep sending us clips of?
Yeah, well, we went, and I hadn't been with Julie very long, only a few weeks or something. And we went to see King Kurt. And once they started playing some songs that I was really into and I'd had a few drinks, she was driving. I got up in the fucking wrecking pit and I was giving it fucking what for. And she was like, because Julie's like Miss fucking prim and proper. And she was like, what the fuck am I going with here? I can't believe this shit. It was nearly all over.
Were you like, do you want to dance, love? And then you were all like,
Yeah.
You'll have been to Marc will know about like psychobilly gigs, have you not, Marc?
Not really, but I can imagine.
It's on the fucking double bases.
Yeah, it is, but they really give it what for, and like it's called Reckon. It's basically like moshing. You push each other around and all that, but they call it Reckon. And
it's moshing with a shirt and a tie on.
Oh fuck me, no. Have you seen the Meteors and that? They're like the Misfits and stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of them bands there's one from Cardiff that Andy had never heard of called Demented Argo. They're really fucked up. He sings through a tracheotomy fucking thing just about.
Does he really?
Well, his voice is like that, you know.
You think I'd have heard of them?
They were a bit. They must be the 27th biggest band in Cardiff.
Is there another band that sings like through a colostomy bag? Is it just?
No. Yeah. Manic Street Preachers.
That's quite good for you, Mike.
I need to hear this.
I'm offended, but I'm also find that amusing.
I
need to find out this band that sings through a trackie. That sounds great. That sounds like most of the music I listen to be honest.
Just YouTube a song called Pervy in the Park by Demented Argo.
And he'll go. That sounds like.
And he goes, Pervy in the Park, Pervy in the Park. And it's like, it's really fucking horrible and guttural.
He's a fag.
That's what it'd be like, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Go and get the manager. I'm going to get the fucking manager.
Oh no.
Right, next question, Andy.
Oh, sorry, I've got it.
Andy.
Clear the tears from my eyes so I can read.
I've got his brush.
That is not helping. Hold on.
I need to get myself one of these whistle brushes.
Something possibly easy, but also maybe hard at the same time.
Oh, here we go. Yeah. Brilliant. Hey, I tell you what, Johnny's full of proper questions tonight. Isn't he?
He's the fucking question master.
To be honest, John's kind of saved our live stream, really, hasn't he?
Yeah.
In fact, for John, especially for John, I'm going to show this album. Where's it at?
I know I'm 50 because every time
you have something older than 1995, do you, Mike? Is this when he says this year? He means
1995. Yeah.
Look at that moob.
No, I want to ask John. I want to know if John likes these two albums, since he lives in Hull.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Fucking superb. Andy, back me up.
Yeah, one of them is.
I back him up by chucking him out this fucking chair.
Hey, Scott, he's going to get his fucking Jam CDs out.
I've got the vinyl copy of London 0 Hull 4.
You need the people who I'm going to try and get that for you. That other one.
The House Parties.
Brilliant.
Anyway,
Best album of the year so far. I got this out because I knew this question was coming. You lot can all fuck off.
All right.
see you, mate.
It's the
What
it's
fuck
the new
is that?
Shinedown album. Because no, listen. Apart from it being really heavy, catchy rock a la 6 AM, I know, and that style's quite done to death a bit. But this has got a lot more pop in there, and yet still heavy. But I urge you to watch the performances on videos, live, anything like that. That guy, the singer for these lot, he means fucking business. He really looks like, whether you like the music or not, I defy anyone to watch one of their videos and say, that guy isn't giving it his all. He fucking means every word of that. And he's energetic in a way that you do not see. I don't care if it's fucking immolation or fucking testament or whatever these days. You do not see. You can fuck off, Sean. You do not see guys putting a shift in like this fella does. Honestly, it's fucking awesome. Next.
Well,
I know you fucking idiots don't
I
like
was
it.
going to go for this little
Yeah.
number.
Nice one, Andy.
Yeah.
I was expecting that from Mike, but he's fucking severely let me down there.
It's not one that you would necessarily see me gravitate towards recently, but I have an attraction to it, and it's lovely.
Here.
And I can understand your attraction to it and fully respect that, Andrew. But thank you for showing that. That's mate. Would it be bad of me to show it myself?
Did you have it prepared?
I'll tell you what, I can finally show it now as well.
Yay!
Scott's got the second press, haven't you, lad?
Oh, fucking hell. I've had a
He's got
nightmare
the
with
late
that.
edition.
Yeah. Well, you'll be pleased to know it isn't the second press you've got. It is the first press you've got.
That's fantastic. Well, my other first press is somewhere floating around the world.
We haven't sold out the first press yet.
Don't worry,
Cheers,
you will.
cheers, Roger.
Well, Mike, you're sending them going home with this shite down business. Shall I show you one of my favourite from this year? There's been a lot of good albums from this year.
Is it Enchantment as well?
No, this is one. I'm proper loving this one, but I don't know if you can see this. But this is a band from Finland called Sadistic Drive.
I'm waiting for the vinyl.
And the album's Perpetual Torture. Oh, it is so good. It's
like Cannibal Corpse, isn't it?
It's like Cannibal Corpse, but if they were from Finland, it's got. It's yeah. It's
it's like Iron Maiden in Whitehaven. It's like
it's not like Scott's right to laugh because it's a stupid analogy. It's got how can anyone imagine Cannibal Corpse coming from Finland? No, it's Cannibal Corpse-ish, but because they're from Finland, there's always the Finnish bands, death metal bands, are always they've got their own take on the genre completely. There's a bit of technicality in there. There's a little bit of blasting in there. It's just brilliant. It's absolutely fabulous. Like I say, there's been a lot of decent releases. The new Moulder album I'm a big fan of, but this for me, what label? This is on Self-Made God, Simon. But yeah, check it out. If you like Cannibal Corpse, Andy, forget this. You don't need to worry about this. Because I know you don't like Cannibal Corpse, so you won't like this. But yeah, it's brilliant. There's some nice comments going on about Enchantment now. Put those back on again for me, Andy.
Is this so you can just take a clip on YouTube and put on your channel later? There we go.
Yeah. There you go. Sean knows his shit.
Because
I know Sean's shit as well.
Cheers, mate.
It is weird because I don't think there's like too many standouts for me yet. I've not picked up. I think I've only picked up maybe 10 new releases, but they're all kind of samey. I mean, this is not blowing smoke up your arse, right? But I was listening to. I've got 2 albums in the other day, and they were by the same band. So I wanted to split the 2 up. You know how, like, if you listen to like 2 albums and you don't want them to like mix in together, I put Enchantment on in the middle, just to kind of as a palate cleanser between the 2. And you know what? I actually lay on the couch and I was like this. I didn't even do anything. I just lay like this. The whole album, I was like, fucking hell. I was like, this is quality.
Enchantment is inedible.
And I was like, well, because I'm not, like, you know, I'm not the biggest death, doom kind like fan. But I bought the album, wanted to support you, Mark, obviously, support the band and all this kind of stuff. But I put it on, I was like, this is not what I expected at all. I was like, this is fucking like really, really good. Because like I'll never ever pretend to be the biggest doom fan or all that kind of stuff. But see, between those 2 albums, I was like, that was like the perfect little like stopping block.
Nice one.
And I was like, fuck it. I was like, this is quality. So, not blowing smoke up your arse, but I don't want to like sound like I'm being biased. But that was a fucking good album.
Thanks, mate. Well,
I'll go more into it in my next update.
Nice one. I look forward to that. And it's been quite humbling as well, because a certain person on this stream here has wrote a dead nice review on Amazon for our album as well.
It sounded very good.
Yeah, absolutely quality, mate. And I know you'd asked me, and I hadn't responded to you because I hadn't read it properly. But I needed to read it a few times. But it's spot on, mate. Yeah, you've kind of.
I tell you, when I wrote that, I was listening to the album because I downloaded the foreign version of it as well for my phone. It's on Metal Tracker as well. I was like, oh well, I'll download that for convenience. And when I'm lying in bed, I was listening to it in bed, and I woke up at like 3 a.m. or something, and I was listening to it, and I felt really like strongly about the album. I was like,
yeah, it's well.
I'm getting up right. Where's my fucking glasses? I'm writing my review on this right fucking now. That's how I done it. And then I submitted it, and it took a couple of days for them to, accept that, and then it popped up, and I told Paul about it, and I thought he would have told you weeks ago. I told him about a month ago about it.
No, he never said now to me about it. And then we were chatting, actually, it was after you told me, we were chatting, and he went, oh yeah, you might put a review on there. So yeah, and it's quite nice because not only is it a nice review, but when I read it, it was like you get it. You get what the album's about, and that's a nice thing because that's what we wanted people. We want people to get it,
Yeah, well, I didn't at first. I sort of thought I did, but it was putting me in a right uncomfortable position. I was thinking, oh, I don't know what the fuck I'm listening to here. But then, as I've carried on listening, and to me, it's the sort of album. I never put that on one play and put it back. I always put it on before the first side's finished. I just put it when the first side finished. I put that on again, and then I turn it over and I put that on twice as well. It's just the sort of album that I have to play 2 or 3 times rather than just once.
It's a journey, isn't it? I think.
Yeah.
And
that's exactly what. So, see, when I listened to it, because I was literally going in not knowing what to expect at all. Yeah. So I just thought, you know what, I'll just not do anything. I'll not distract myself with anything else. I'll just take it all in. And I was like, that's what it's like. I had always like fucking. It was almost like a soundtrack to a movie. And I was like, holy shit. I was like, this is like fucking taking me through all these weird places and that. I was like, this is fucking quality.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Which is like weird for me because I would like never expect that. I just thought it'll just be like fucking
Yeah.
So I just I put it on, I was like, oh, this is not what I was expecting. This is like amazing.
It's nice to hear because we spent a lot of time arranging the album and getting the tracks in the right order. You know, it was something we purposely wanted to do. We wanted because we weren't ever, we're not, and we're still not sure if it'll be the last thing we ever do. We were lucky enough to be in a position to put that album out, never knowing if it would have ever been put out. So we wanted it to have a definite start, like the return, and a definite ending, you know. And we've all said as a band, like even if that is the last thing we ever record, the last song for me sounds like the end of an album. You know, it starts off boom and it's away, and it gets to that end bit and it's epic and it's grand and it fades away.
I love the production on it. Like, I mean, Christ Almighty, all the other bands' production from 2022 is like doesn't fucking hold a candle to it, because they bug me in some way. Pretty much all of them bug me in some way. That doesn't sound like it's from 2022 at all, and it doesn't sound like it's from 1995 either. It's just like, I don't know what the fuck it is. A mixture.
And to be honest, again, that was something we were very, very mindful of, and we initially had a guy in to produce it for us, and we started off down that road, and he did a couple of songs and came back with them to us, and we were like, "No, that's it. That is not what we're after. You're not getting what we're about at all. It was too modern. It was too precise. It wasn't what we wanted at all. So we ended up pretty much Paul and Marc, the bass player, did all the production themselves. You know, because they knew what we all knew what we wanted, but we thought we needed a professional person to do it for us.
No chance.
And when that professional person came back and it wasn't quite what we wanted, and we kind of had to go at it ourselves, we knew deep down we could do a better job ourselves.
Them two should be doing other people's albums if that's the case.
Yeah. I said that to him. I said to Marc, especially, you know, you've got a full-time job there. You could be the next Andy Sneap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just need to find a drummer. Yeah, I don't think.
I'm helping.
Any more questions, Andy, or not?
Yeah, we've got a load.
Unfortunately, I don't think there'll be any of that going on, especially not £90 a ticket.
After that commercial break, Enchantment is available from all good record stores and some rubbish ones too.
Yeah, very rubbish ones. Because they don't turn up.
I'm Bandcamp.
Go to Bandcamp. That's what it's at.
Nice one, boys. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest, but that was nice.
Well, it's something to be proud of. Like,
nice to have a little bit of loving. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, nice one. I appreciate that.
Well, we're proud of you too, mate.
Thank you. Nice one.
Even though I sounded like I was a bit of a patronising bastard there, so apologies.
No, not in the slightest.
Right, old rocker.
Here we go.
Do you think online stores like Discogs, eBay, or other sites we buy from have influenced smaller record shops to ask for more dollars for used products?
I don't have any fucking stores, so I can't really answer these. That's down to you lot. I live in the arse end of nowhere with no record shops.
I would say yes, because I've been in record shops and I've seen people sitting at the desk with Discogs open, pricing up records. But the thing is, though, at the end of the day, it's not. If they weren't using Discogs, they'd be using something else.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is,
Anything
sorry, Andy, I'm not going to interrupt.
I was gonna say, anything that gives people the idea of what something's worth, they're going to go top dollar. What annoys me is when there's something is clearly VG, but it's being priced up as mint. That pisses me off.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's always going to be something pushing the price up if there's something to compare it to. So if you go and say you're looking for an album, a certain album, you think that's I'll maybe sell that for 15 quid. But then you go on eBay, there's only one copy or two copies on, and it's somebody's overpriced it, and it's 40 quid. You're just going to go, oh, fucking hell, I'll just put it up at like 25 then. And you're like, no. Do you know what I mean? So if you've got something pushing prices up, you're just going to try and match or just maybe go under what everyone else is asking. So it's people that push the price up. So because nobody, like, there's no, for records especially, and things like it, there's nothing to specifically say this is worth this. Do you know what I mean? No, nobody's going to turn around and say, Master of Puppets is worth this. It's just people push the price up. People, someone will see it going up for 60 quid. They'll go, oh, I'll put mine up for 60 quid. Next person will come in, oh, 60 quid, I'll put mine up for 60 quid.
Yeah.
Which I've never understood, because Metallica have so many pressings of their albums, but they're never cheap. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, well, how do you push a price up on something that's readily available everywhere? Because it's just people try to get as much as they can, comparing it to other people, and it just goes up and up and up and just creeps up and up and up. So it's just, I don't get it. I
remember, and it going back a few years now, but I'd had a bit of a colour my collection, and I took them to the local record shop near me. And whenever I go in there, I always say to them straight away, I'm not after any money. I just want to offer me what you want to offer me on these that I've got for you, and I'll spend the money in the shop. I'll take some other stuff off your hands, And there was none of this in the past. They'd gone through them and just, I'd look through, I'll have that. Okay, we'll give you 20 quid. You can have 20 quid credit. This time it was like they had them all and they were straight onto the computer and having a look.
Mm-hmm.
So they were valuing them straight away from either Discogs or Amazon or eBay, And I think it's because of that, there's very few record shops. Paul, take care, mate. I didn't either. But he'll be pleased to have heard what a great job he did production-wise on the album, I'm sure.
Yeah. I've only just noticed these things popping up because I've been fascinated by the conversation myself, doing a shit job of comparing. But there we go.
And I think it proves that thing nowadays. There's no chance of you ever being able to go into a record shop or a little store and be able to pick up a gem of an album for next to nothing, because everybody is genned up because of eBay and Discogs and that. They know the price of stuff, and the minute it comes in, they're going to look and go, "Well, I'll check that price on Discogs."
Mm-hmm.
You might get it a bit cheaper than Discogs, but gone. I can remember about 10 years ago going in a little shop near us, Sycamore, in a town called Liscard, and I got Slowly Rewrought OG CD and Legion by Deicide OG for £1 each, And this guy doesn't have a computer in there. He's proper old school, But it was like those kind of shops are few and far between, and they're always going to be now, aren't they? Because of social media and what have you.
Record Shack, that was my absolute gold mine of a shop. He just didn't know. I mean, he obviously had all the... Andy, you'll be able to chime in on this, but all the Led Zeppelin were priced up all the Beatles were priced up, but I mean, metal, he never had a fucking clue.
Bands that your mum knew would have been expensive.
Oh yeah,
Was it popular bands expensive, but the rest was just price to sell.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
compared to what you'd find on eBay, Record Shack, I mean, it was a shitty little shop, but fucking hell, you got some absolute bargains in there.
And don't you miss that? You know what I mean? That was
Absolutely.
As a collector, those shops are priceless, aren't they?
Mm.
Oh, aye. And especially when they're going to the right
I don't
hands.
think many exist anymore.
No, they don't, and it's because, you know, if anyone who's running a business has got any business sense, they're gonna, because they've got the internet and they've got the access. Why wouldn't you? You know, why wouldn't you check it out?
I mean, put it this way: if I ran a record shop, I would go in there, buy the records, and then pump the price up in my shop. Because that's how fucking cheap they were.
Really?
It was. I mean, when you look at it, you think. When you look back now, you think, fucking hell, like how cheap was that? But when you're a collector and they're going into the right hands, somebody's who's gonna appreciate the records. It's fucking priceless.
I've heard both of you two mention Radio Shack. I have, or whatever it's called, Record Shack.
Record Shack, yeah.
I have heard you mention that before.
But I mean, it shut down because of COVID. Or another, did the owner die? And
The owner died, yeah.
Of COVID.
Which is going to have a you know, it's not, probably wasn't part of his business model.
No, that would have an adverse effect on most businesses.
He died of a broken heart because you two robbed him.
Fucking probably. Robbed him blind.
I got a couple of Slayer albums for great price in there when it was actually one of those things where you look at it and you think, fucking hell, I'm having that.
Yeah. That's that moment I'm talking about when you go in there and your heart goes, fucking hell. You know?
Yeah.
You're almost looking around to see, like, is he taking the piss?
Yeah. Is this just for the cover?
Yeah.
Right. Next one. Where are we? I can't remember who asked that one. That was 11:09.
We've done all right for questions tonight, haven't we? Appreciate everybody leaving a comment.
Yeah, we've got some stacked up, but I'm keeping the timestamps for when people ask just so I can find them again. But it's got to scroll up because there's a lot of comments coming in, and I'm trying to keep on top of them. Yeah. So, biggest rock star you've met, and did it turn you into a giddy little kid?
Mark.
Oh,
I'm just saying that's my answer.
Oh.
Yeah. I think enough smoke has been blown at that arse today.
All right. Okay,
Yeah. I've had my moment.
All right.
Who's kicking off then?
Kurt Cobain. You can't get any bigger, can you?
Have you? Yeah, you can't. You're right. You can't get any bigger than that, can you?
3 hours with Dave Grohl, Chris Novoselic, and Kurt Cobain drinking wine, sat round a round table, smoking fags and talking shite for 3 hours. Doesn't get in 1991. In 91, doesn't get any bigger than that.
Where was that?
I mean, even if you fucking hate Nirvana, doesn't get any bigger than that, does it?
It was the guy you met.
He's like John Lennon of our era.
Who was the guy you met in Wilco's buying hairspray? Wasn't he bigger?
That was Mike Monroe from Hanoi Rocks, and he was embarrassed to fuck because I just seen him buying hairspray and I was like, oh, and I started laughing and he thought I was laughing at him and his way out like image and all that, and he just fucking barged past me and I was just like, no. I wasn't being a dick. I can't believe I walked in fucking Wilkinson's at Whitehaven and seen Mike Monroe. But yeah.
So tell us, how did you end up sat round the table smoking fags and drinking wine with Nirvana?
Well, when we went in 3 cars. It was in December 1991 in Newcastle Mayfair. And we went in 3 cars. There was like 15 of us went. And as the gig was coming to an end, they finished with this fucking load of shite where Kurt gets on the drums, Novoselic's fucking playing guitar, and Grohl's fucking kicking an amp over and that, just fucking about. Because they tended to think that Who had never done that 30-year fucking before, but that's what they were doing. And during that whole period, and they had this song called Curmudgeon or something, that they used to do that. And I was saying to my mates, should we try and get backstage? And none of them were interested. But one of my mates was like, yeah, I'll give it a go. So I said, look, just let's pretend we work here or we're supposed to be here. You don't act like a couple of fucking idiots. So we just sauntered into this back room and there was a glass door. And by the time we'd got round and got in and blah, 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 they'd come off stage and they were there. And I was like, oh, shit, and my mouth was dry. And I was like, oh, my God, try and keep me cool. I was only 18. And we walked in and there was absolutely nobody that was anybody that would have told you to fuck off and get out. There was just them and some other people that was like, I don't know, roadies or whatever. And I was like, oh, shit. And we just sat down, right? We're huge fans. You won't get us kicked out, will you, or out like that? And they were like, no, you're all right. But the disappointment for me was Cobain was a fucking cock, quite honestly. And I idolized him at the time, but he would just talk shit as if he was, everything was all about trying to be weird and way out. So I got fed up of him and I went and spoke to Dave Grohl, and then we walked to the fruit machine together and he put some money in and he was playing the fucking fruit machine. And then after that, I went and spoke to Chris Novoselic and he came out the shower and he took a brand new pair of Dr. Martens out of a box and a shirt, started getting dressed out of the shower. And I was like, what are you doing? And he said, we don't dress like Kurt, but we would stick out like a sore thumb if we dressed how we dress and he dresses like that. So we have to have a costume that's in keeping with how he goes about. But him and Grohl totally didn't dress like that. And I was like, oh, and it was like seeing behind the curtain. It gutted me. Yeah? And then just the whole experience with Kurt Cobain, all that time, just him being a cock and just not being serious, you know. And by the end, could have stayed longer. I was fucking bored of them. I was like, I'm going. I've had the thrill of a lifetime, and it's ended up being like too long a time. I'm gone. And that was it.
Wow. That's unreal, isn't it?
Yeah. But, I mean, in 91, it was like on the Thursday, they just played Top of the Pops, and he had went, wah, 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 and acted like a cock. And then it was the following Monday.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
And the following Monday, that was when I seen him, and I did. That was part of the conversation that he was happy to answer that. And I said, "Why did you do that on Top of the Pops?" And he said, "Well, in rehearsal, we watched this band called James, and they were playing, and we were just like, that was our impression of them. Look at them boring bastards." So it was just out of them. That was kind of it, but it was a bit of. It wouldn't have felt like an anticlimax had I only had 5 minutes with them, but I had about 3 fucking hours. So even I was bored by then. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got after that I've got nothing. I've met people.
Who's following that? Like,
I've met people at gigs, but that kind of feels like that's a lot of the small gigs. That's what you do.
I've not met MD Big.
No. I've met a couple of Ramones, but not the important ones.
No, yeah. I mean,
you killed that one, like you bastard. Thanks.
Yeah, he's kind of covered that, but I suppose for me, like playing with Enchantment back in there was always quite lucky to meet some of the bands we played with, and but I suppose they're only in underground terms like Cradle of Filth and Bolt Thrower and Cancer and Cerebral Fix. Got to know My Dying Bride and Anathema quite well back in the day. But there was certainly, none of them were certainly famous people that you were in awe of meeting. These were just people that were playing the same music as you and treading the same stages as you in that scene, and I suppose it's only sort of now when you look back and you think, oh yeah, we shared a stage with Bolt Thrower and Cradle of Filth. It's a bit different now when you look at it compared to the time, you know what I mean? I do remember quite a good one was I went to see Napalm Death and Pitch Shifter were supporting, and at the end of the gig we were talking to the singer and the guitarist out of Pitch Shifter, and they were moaning like fuck that they had no petrol money to get home after the gig. So me and Paul said, we'll give you a tenner for 2 t-shirts, that'll sort your juice out for the way home. And they were like, yeah, nice one. So they gave us a t-shirt each for a tenner so they could put juice in the van to get home. And they went on to quite big things, Pitch Shifter, didn't they? They were signed to Geffen Records, I think, at one point.
Yeah.
I think it's right sometimes that you like to keep the mystery of the rock star. Do you know what I mean? Kind of like what you're touching on, Mike. I reckon because nowadays you get the opportunity to meet and greets and all this kind of stuff, but I don't know, like you've got the opportunity, and it's not really about the money. It's too arranged.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
And how many?
It's not like Mike's story that you just kind of like by chance you'd be like
You wouldn't
sitting
have any
through all that.
Yeah.
It's like you getting cattle prodded into a room, get your picture taken, right? See you later. Do you know what I mean?
And
That's
how much has like Jeff Tate's credibility gone down over the last 10 years? Because everyone who meets him realizes he's a proper bell end.
Yeah.
And it's right. I think 9 times out of 10, if you meet your hero, you're going to be disappointed.
Yeah. So that's why I'd rather just not do it. I'd rather just keep the mystery of, if you've got a good, if you've got a good kind of, I don't want to say like kind of like idol kind of sense of somebody, but if you've kind of put somebody up on a kind of pedestal, you don't want to go and then you've like worshipped them and you love their music. You don't want that to ruin that kind of.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's exactly what Mike said. Mike got to the point where he's met someone who he's idolised, and after a bit he's thought, I'm fucking bored, I want to go home.
Well, I mean, you think about meeting somebody like that for 3 hours. It's fucking mental. Yeah. I mean, you really were. You stopped thinking you were with Nirvana after that length of time. It was just like it was nothing anymore. I met Anthrax, and they were all absolutely fucking sound, and I felt like, because that was only for maybe 20 minutes I was with them, and Chuck Billy for about 10 minutes. So those were like, they are great, because I didn't get a chance to be fucking bored, and none of them acted like fucking idiots. None of them were trying to be weird and freak me out with stupid sentences. Do you know what I mean? They were like, great.
And Chuck Billy gave you distribution rights for the video as well. That was.
And that, yeah.
The thing is as well, like you've got a connection with their music, with their albums, with their music videos, seen them on TV. They have no connection with you. Like you've got to see it from their point of view as well.
Yeah.
You're just a fucking random guy they've never met before.
Yeah.
It's it's completely different on both sides of the spectrum. Like you're like, oh my god, you're fucking amazing. This guy's like, oh, this is just a random guy that I've just met.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people think, oh, I'll meet them and we'll be like friends.
Yeah, no.
But they're like, they don't want to be your fucking mate. Do you know what I mean? Got fucking loads of mates. So I'd rather just not meet anybody.
Yeah. I would like to meet Tom G. Warrior, though. Someone in the comments said that they met Tom G. Warrior.
Yeah, I would as well.
I would like to meet him.
I think I would get on his fucking nerves, though.
I think he'd get on your nerves, to be fair.
I think we'd end up arguing.
I do.
I'm looking
I reckon it could end up in fisticuffs and headlock.
I think you'd kick your cunt in.
Boom. Next one.
Right.
My fear: when you die, what about your collection? Oh, this is a question that came up.
Comes up a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's come up on a few live streams, hasn't it? Now, I said this to Sean. I was chatting with Sean, and I said, talk about money and that. I said, people always say, "Oh, you can't take it with you." I said, "Well, you might as well buy records with it because you can take them with you. You know, you could buy a massive big coffin,
Yeah,
and just bury yourself with your collection if you wanted to, couldn't you?"
I would.
To be fair,
I will.
quite expensive for you, wouldn't it? That size.
Nobody's getting my shit.
It would be a huge plot. That yeah.
And if you got cremated, it would make a hell of a mess of the crematorium. All that plastic, just like
it would. I'd definitely be.
Mine would be like
they wouldn't invite you back, would they?
No, my carbon footprint wouldn't be good, would it?
Mine would be a pile of burnt vinyl with a wee pacemaker in the middle. That's all it'd be left. He was the heart and soul of the party, wasn't he?
So, the question is, when you die, what happens to your collection? What's your plan with it? What would you want to happen to it?
I suppose that the only thing you could say is sell it, but get what it's worth.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know what I mean?
I've said to my
don't
ex,
take it to a fucking car boot sale.
I've said to my ex, I said, whatever happens, that collection, there's some expensive pieces in there. It's worth a lot of money. Mm-hmm. Don't just get someone in to buy it. Just take a bit of time.
Yeah. And
speak to the right people and make sure it gets sold the right way, because there's a few £1,000s there, you know what I mean? Mm. And I mean there's a few. I'm talking tens of thousands of pounds, you know.
I would probably say, if I was actually having a proper serious conversation with my wife, I'd probably say, like, get in touch with any of you guys.
Yeah,
that'd probably be the best way to do it.
Yeah.
Because there's nobody around here or around me that knows, what to do. Would know what to do with this stuff.
I've given my ex Zulu's phone number.
Fuck yeah, hell. Christ, we're in a fucking mansion.
No, but I've always said, it's like there's a lot of money to go towards the boys, whatever. Just make sure you sell it properly. Make sure it goes to the right kind of money, because there's a shitload of money involved there. Yeah. Don't just fucking sell it to some random shop. You know what I mean?
No.
I think I would sell mine if I could first, and all the money's going to go to my daughter. So I would, if I had time. My plan is I'll have sold out before I needed to, hopefully, and give left the money to her. But if I was caught like that, if I die at the undeath gig, apart from the fucking irony that would be crushing me there, I would be looking to for you three and Julie to get your heads together. So I pity you fucking three. Yeah. But to thrash it out and everyone sort of, no one's going to be untrustworthy, and you're going to think he wants this to go to his daughter, and we'll put our heads together and try and get her the most she can get.
Yeah,
and that's all I would care about.
It's a
But
good
I would be
point
putting
because-
aside boxes for I would be putting aside boxes for people as well, and be saying that I want them to have that whatever. That's not part of the
Yeah.
sale. I will be doing things like that.
Like a
I
vinyl
think
community
you've
death
got
train.
to you've got to think about that side of it. About
You can have yours early, Scott, if you want.
Oh,
Mike makes a good point though, because if you think about someone someone else doesn't know their collection like you know it.
Yeah.
Do you know? So the perfect person to sell it is yourself.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
because you know
what you
who
paid for it.
and where those pieces should be going. And to leave, I've got over 5,000 pieces in my collection. To leave that to somebody else to have to deal with, that's a big
true.
fucking job, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
I would. Yeah, I definitely want to go the same way. I think that there's a length of time that I will enjoy having the collection, and it would pay me to get rid of, but I would rather sell it for what it's worth. And that whole thing about I hope my wife doesn't sell my collection for what she thinks I paid for it.
Yeah, yeah.
Going on, but yeah, she wouldn't know. There's a decent cruise. There's a decent holiday, fantastic holiday for my wife and the kids to have out of this.
Oh,
lot.
easy.
Oh, yeah.
And,
there's a deposit on a house in my collection.
But
Yeah.
she looking at what I have would order a skip and go, it's all shite.
Yeah.
That's what I need to prevent. Actually say, well, it's maybe shite, but it's worth a holiday for you, love.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I think a big thing would be to get it into the right hands as well.
Yeah.
People are going to appreciate the pieces you have.
And you're
You know what I
right.
mean?
That's it. Yeah, I would be more happy knowing that it's going to the right people who are going to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Not for the monetary side of it, for the actual music.
I tell you what, though, you've got to think about what about this, right? I need to get rid of my thing. Andy, are you interested in buying it? Oh no, mate. Honestly, I'm getting rid of me. I'm in the process of getting rid of me own, to be honest. What about you, Matt? No, I'm getting. Do you know what I mean? There's going to come a point where our generation are going to be like, oh, I don't want the hassle of that.
This will be the bubble bursting with all of us old farts getting rid of our collections. I'll be like, we can't get rid of it. The prices will crash. People won't want it anymore. It'll be death.
And you'll get young lads who'll be getting like really fantastic records, and because they haven't had because they've been able to walk into them and go, fucking hell, look at that. And there's going to be that many people of this generation dying out and freeing up so much stuff. Something that's rare to us maybe won't necessarily feel rare to them anymore. And they'll walk into it and go, I've just picked up fucking leprosy for £2. Great, huh? You know what I mean? There comes a point where you've got, I think the only way to get the best money for your stuff, probably, unfortunately, is to sell it before you're ready to sell it mentally.
Yeah,
sell it fucking now. That'd probably be the best way.
You're not gonna have room in the home, are you? You're gonna have your single bed with your reclining chair and your mug of coffee, and that's it. This isn't a question, but it just shows how dark it's just going now.
It is a Halloween special with that question. What was the question? Would you rather die an agonizing death? Would you rather die a long agonizing death
and be able to sort out
things, or die suddenly in your sleep?
Sleep.
The latter.
Yeah, someone else can sort out this shit. I'm
not that fucking bored with my collection.
I ain't suffering for it.
Yeah, fuck that.
So what I need to do then every night when I go to bed is just sellotape one of my favourite records to my head, just in case. Make sure it goes with me.
Yeah, I think we've gone past midnight now. It's past the watershed.
If we could rearrange the sale just before that fucking bus smashed my head in. Yeah. I can't wait for you to meet Sean, Mike.
Yeah, I reckon it'll be good because he's very northern and a bit
He's a fucking
you know.
good lad. He is. They're all good. Simon's a good lad as well. John, all of them. We'll have a good night, mate. I'm looking forward to that.
Right, let's have another question. Might go for a piss.
I don't go for a piss as well.
There we go. Let's go back to 11:13, and half these people have probably gone to bed by now. No, we've had that one. There was one about box sets. Where was that? That's a good one. Talk amongst yourselves. You might want to brush and whistle at the moment, Scott.
I was just going to say that.
Ticking along. There we go. I found it. Thank you.
Scott's cleaning his collection. Oh, where'd you get the paintbrush from? Is that from Wix?
Wix. I don't know. Just from my cupboard.
Was it from Wilco next to the hairspray?
I'm going to have a look at Home Bargains tomorrow.
Right, box sets, lads. I'm just going to take a short commercial break.
Do you collect box sets? If so, do you have a favourite?
Right. Michael, the floor is yours.
I've only bought the noise ones, and I had to play catch up because I was like, nah, for years, and then I had to buy them all in a month. It's fucking horrible that month, but so far, mind you, I've seen an unboxing. Some German guy got the fucking Celtic Frost box set on Tuesday or something, and I watched that, and I thought, oh, that's so far that looks to be the big money box set. That looks to be that looks like it's like they've went, right, come on, the jewel in the crown, lads, there you go.
Even bigger than the Creator one.
Yeah,
that's my favourite one.
Because that Creator box set's quality, isn't it?
It's absolutely brilliant, that box set.
When it comes to the box set, if you're talking just about the quality as a whole and what you get in it and stuff, then at the moment the Creator one, I rather think the Celtic Frost one will take over it when I get hold of it. But if you're talking about the music on it, then the Halloween box set for me. I mean, the Halloween box set, that is the era for me with Halloween. Everything that's in that box set is just fucking gold. So you can't beat it. And even I was thinking about that question before, and I was thinking, even when the inevitable Running Wild box set comes out, as it most certainly will,
I think I'll buy that.
I don't know if. I still think the Halloween box set would be better. What's in the
Halloween box? Or does it run from the first up to
Keepers 2?
Is it? Yeah, that's
quality. I mean, that is a fucking hell of a run, isn't it?
Yeah, that's quality.
But I mean, the Running Wild box set will be. I've got all them, and I'm going to have to try and fucking sell them individually because obviously they'll put something in the box, or just to have the inner box anyway. Next to everything else, I've got to buy it. So that will be brilliant.
Will you put that Running Wild box in your special box?
Oh no, that special box. Do you know the Running Wild etching has wore off? Believe it or not. I mean, how can etching in wood? It's as if it's grown out or something.
Really?
Yeah, no.
Is it really still alive?
It's really fucking patchy. So it's I've just got fucking old envelopes thrown in there now. And when I can be out moving the fucking loft hatch, I'm just going to throw it in the loft.
Well, I
fucking nightmare.
Is the Running Wild box set a reality? Is that something that's happening?
It will be.
Will it?
It will be. I've messaged Noise Records and somebody's got back to me and we had a bit of a conversation and I said, right, what are the box sets you've got coming out? is the Celtic Frost one coming out, and he done a fucking wink emoji. So
Right.
I knew that was coming. I didn't expect it this soon, and I said, what about Coroner and Sabbath? And he went, no, they won't be happening. We don't hold the rights to them or Mordred. That won't be happening. So from the only things I can see coming out now, right, is Running Wild is a fucking cert. I think Skyclad will be another one. And then one I definitely won't buy because I can't fucking stand them is Gravedigger. And that'll be another one.
Yeah, there's none of those 3 box sets excite me at all, to be honest with you. I would have been interested in the Coroner one for sure. But
see, essentially media own the rights to the first 3 Coroner now. Noise have only got Mental Vortex and Grin now.
Yeah, they've done the reissues on CD, haven't they, for those Coroner?
Yeah.
I think Central Media bought quite a few. I think they bought a lot of rights to the Under One Flag releases as well, didn't they, back in the day?
And the thing is, the Century Media ones are fucking rubbish. They're like, what you get in that, it's dead no frills.
Yeah.
What do you tell you what? Just to put a twist on it, then. And I've not talked about box sets because I'm looking at mine and I'm thinking like I've got nothing that the box sets I like just tend to have like a shitload of just the albums in. But what makes a good box set? What sort of other than just like the records? Do you want a box set to have like
goodies
shit in it?
Yeah, you want like a good book in there. Do you know what I mean? With a little bit of history of the band and flyers and pictures, and like with that creator box set, you've got like a duplicate of that, the original demo tape when they were called Tormentor.
Yeah.
Things like that.
You get the
I like things like that.
You got the wee USB stick.
To be honest, I want whatever they can fucking muster. And with the Celtic Frost box set, I was a little bit pissed off that Tom G just doesn't fucking get over himself and Scott Cold Lake in there and throw the fucking video in of the Cold Lake tour on DVD. Transfer it to DVD, even if it isn't like good quality, like DVD quality. Just put the VHS on a format we can use in this day and age.
And you could even throw in a pair of tight jeans that don't do up all the way to the top.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Are we fake pube mat?
Yeah, like a little spider.
Yeah.
Someone mentioned.
No, but I mean, I just think you could just like the Coroner one could have had the Celtic Frost fucking. To be honest, the best thing Coroner done was the demos before any album.
Or like in the Coroner set, you could have like a slip mat with that logo, that three-headed skull thing,
Yeah.
And the no more coloured video. The video could. I've got that actually on DVD, but they could put that in the box set. They could put the Coroner demo in with Tom G singing on it because that's who does the vocals for them on it.
Someone mentioned in the chat then about Deicide box set, and I've seen that, and it's about 200 fucking quid though.
The thing is, right, with that Deicide box set, I've got the CD version of it, right. It's fucking proper, no frills, and I honestly think that's what the vinyl will be. It'll be white fucking sleeves all the way, and nothing else.
I love the Deicide, the whole discography, and so a box set would be perfect. But 200 quid, 200 quid.
You get disappointed though because
how many records are going to be in it? There won't
9.
There'll be the same amount of how many?
There's 9 in it.
They've got the
Amon Feast and the Beast thing in it as well. See.
Oh, okay.
And live in London, is it or whatever?
Still, 200 quid for 9 records. That's not cheap, is it?
I don't look at box sets as I'm not interested in all this shit that gets with it. I don't want a USB stick or a T-shirt that I'll never wear it because if I take it out of the box, it's like the box set then is not the box set anymore. So it's going to stick in there. And so the boxes I picked up recently, things like the Overkill one the quality was a bit shit.
That was no fun.
It had the albums that I wanted. The Tankard one had a good book, but it had the albums that I wanted. Things like Maiden did their box set with you didn't buy it as a box set. You bought the box, then you bought the albums. It was like a Panini sticker album. You just sort of you kept buying them until you got the full set.
I like that. It's a good
action as well. But they were just the albums, and that I'm happy with that because I've got the albums. I'm really not interested in all the extra shit, to be honest.
Yeah.
Miserable bastard, I know.
No, I do kind of like the trinkets and stuff, to be honest. But it's got to be. They've got to have the good albums in as well. You know, I mean, I would even be tempted. I know nowadays you can't get it, but there's a Sepultura box set that goes up to Roots. You know,
okay.
Which I can't fucking stand Roots, but that's by the by. It goes up to that. But then there's another one that with like the Derek Green years and whatever, and I'm not asked about that one, but I don't know. I don't feel like I want to get into the whole box set world. The only ones I'm buying are the Noise ones because Noise is as big a deal as Earache to me when I was growing up. So I'm not going to get into that whole. I know Darcy was saying, "Are you buying the Overkill box set?" And that when that was coming out, I was like, honestly, I don't. I know he loves them, and I know a lot of people love them, and I don't mind Overkill, but I by no means see them in the same way as a lot of you lot do. You know, I really don't.
I'll only ever pick a box set if I saw it as an absolute bargain. You know, if I saw that like Tankard box set go down to 70 quid, I'd think about buying it then. But
Mark, what if you saw a Sepultura box set that had a pair of Vision sweatpants as an extra that was in there instead of a t-shirt?
I'd be all over that. Yeah. Pair of Vision pants, I'd buy it just for them.
You got to have you read his book? Max's autobiography.
No, I haven't. I saw it on Amazon actually. I kept meaning to buy it. Roots or whatever it's called. Yeah, it's meant to be a decent book. That
it's really good. It's really good.
I'll have to get that.
What about
there's a new thing? There's a new Destruction box set out with that picture disc box set that came out a while ago.
On the silver thing on the front.
Yeah, well, they've fetched the cassette version of that out now for 160.
For fuck's sake!
What do you think of box sets that are one album? It's a single album.
I was going to say that. I was going to ask that. I'm not a fan.
And it's a box set, and it's got the trinkets with it.
Nah.
No.
See these box sets that come out and are for one album. They're probably between £50 to £60. And you're like, it's fucking one album.
Saxon did it, didn't they? They put a shitty flag and a badge or something.
Is that for Thunderbolt?
For the last one.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
So did they. Creator just did one. And I just think to myself, if you're paying, and so did Sodom for M16. And you're like,
the thing is, though, that Sodom one, right? That's down to 38 quid at the minute.
Yeah.
And that becomes quite a prospect then.
What?
To me, that Sodom one at 38 quid becomes a bit like, oh, hang on.
Well, yeah. If it was that,
and
if it's that,
that's the deciding bit in it. If the price is right,
but saying that, you're paying 37 quid just for a regular Megadeth album now.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Very true.
So you want to weigh it up. But if you're going to pay that, I mean, I think that the Creator box set, which is probably the best put together box set in my collection, that was only like 135 quid or something like that. Yeah. So if you're looking at one album for 60 quid,
Yeah.
You're thinking, what? Well,
Mental, isn't it?
Is it worth it? I mean, fair enough. Like, it's all about the whole collector thing. So, you know, if you want that kind of thing, and it probably will go up in money in the future. But for one album, I'm not paying 60 quid for one album.
What do you think about? Someone's just got a comment there about they've got a Morbid Angel, Blessed Are the Sick, and it was the whole album released on 7-inch singles.
Saying that, yeah.
There's a few, I think there's a few bands have done that in the past. They've released the
Anthrax
album.
did it.
What's the point in that though?
Or was it Slayer? I think.
Well, that's the question. That's the question.
There's just no point to that.
Could
it's
you?
Not, it's not very convenient listening format, isn't that?
No, because what is it? What, just a single on each side?
Yeah.
It's not a very convenient. Yeah, it probably will be a song per side, won't it?
That's just. What's the point in that?
But if that was an album that you loved, say that was Girls, Girls, Girls by Motley Crue.
Oh, I get it.
They released that.
Case in point.
As 5 7-inch singles.
Well, to be fair,
Just think, Scott, you'd own a single with Mourner on one side, and some, you know, who wants that?
5 years dead.
Yeah.
5 years dead.
That's because I Blessed Are the Sick is like one of my favourite death metal albums ever. You know, so to have it on set, yeah, it is inconvenient, but the thought of owning that fills my heart with joy.
Yeah,
you know.
But it's like when mine for Record Store Day, they brought out all the Motley Crue, the first 5 Motley Crue on cassette in a box set.
Yeah,
and I was like, really? I was like, what's the fucking? But I mean, fair enough. I've got like a big box of like memorabilia and stuff, but I was like, what's the fucking point? Do you know what I mean? That's going to sit and collect dust.
This is what the question is. What's the fucking point? But you love Motley Crue, so you see it, and you're like, that's got 5 Motley Crue tapes in it. That makes me slightly hard.
It does.
Is that not the one where they put the magnet at the wrong end and it wipes a load of sets?
Yeah.
Basically,
just the one. Yeah,
just a plastic box worth 50 quid.
I tell you what, I do think it's a fucking huge waste of money. Those, I mean, as much as I love the album, the Appetite for Destruction fucking shit with like replica flyers from the day and shit like that. It's like, you know, I think to myself like that is a significant amount of money on those Guns N' Roses box set for like shit that you look at once, don't you? You look at an old 1987 flyer once and go, oh look, they played with fucking so and so then in the whiskey, fucking great.
But Mike,
you throw it and that's it.
That cost? You could probably buy that for 20 quid.
Yeah.
Like the actual fucking flyer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the new box sets are fucking what, like £400 for the rental Illusion.
That's fucking ridiculous.
Tell you what, never mind box sets being expensive, but this question caught my attention because like Maiden just released the recent reissue of Number of the Beast.
Yeah.
And all right, they've admitted
the one that's like 65 quid.
Yeah. And that's not even a fucking box set.
No, it's just an album.
Yeah.
I'm glad they omitted it because it's a fucking absolute shite song.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, I did a video on this one time about.
Yeah, but Scott,
Diddlin'.
It's not.
All right.
Diddlin' with the original album.
No, it's not actually.
Gangland was on the original album, not Total Eclipse, and then they've messed with it and they've put Total Eclipse on it because 30 years later. But I don't know.
I don't like it.
You can't have a 40th anniversary of an album with a song that wasn't on the album.
Exactly.
They should have put Ganglands on and put Total Eclipse in as a 7-inch. For the money they're asking, especially 7-inch Total Eclipse, and then have that fucking live show.
Which was a 7-inch? Was it? It was a B-side, wasn't it? I think Total Eclipse, or was that a?
But do you know what? I don't care because I'm not buying it.
I will. Thing
So
is,
it doesn't
though,
make any difference to me.
I want it because I've got
Andy
that
will.
number of different formats, but not a 65 quid. That's just the most fucking ridiculous
That's
thing I've
fucking
ever seen.
ridiculous for an album.
But you know, Andy's going to keep it in multiple baskets across the universe,
You're fucking right.
waiting for
It is
that
a
to
triple
drop.
album, but if it went down to a certain price, I would quite like to have not so much the Number of the Beast reissue again, but the Beast, was it Beast over Hammersmith? That's the live album that comes with it.
Yeah.
Quite like that
Yeah.
on vinyl, but not.
See, I'm a live album DVD person. All my Maiden live stuff is, if I can get it on DVD, and you do already own, if you've got all the Maiden DVDs, you've got that live at Hammersmith thing on DVD. But yeah, I think they'll put this new tour onto a Blu-ray and DVD package because they didn't record much stuff of Somewhere in Time back in the day, and I think this will try and make up for that.
Sorry, can we just have a minute for one of our sponsors on on contact?
All right.
Well, my private photo here, free. That's after seeing Scott's cum face.
Okay, right.
Isn't it just after that? It's but yes, Contacted Blood is brought to you by 69girls.xyz. Do not click on that link because
No, do not. Do not.
Is 69 Girls related to 6 Strings 9 Lives? No.
Cavernous. Don't do it.
Darty
Hey.
69 Girls XYZ is that?
Hey, we've still got it, boys. We've still got it.
Well, I'm kind of carrying you here.
Oh yeah, fair comment. Yeah.
You're the totty, are you, Scott?
I've still got the baby face. Not the baby hair. In fact, I've got baby hair. It's called fluffy now.
So
Honestly, you know when you hit big time when you start getting spammed on a live stream. That's brilliant.
It's about fucking time.
Cheeky bastards.
About fucking time.
Next question.
Next question.
Have we not had a Nigerian prince asking us to look after his money?
Yeah. I will give you 27 million Rwandan dollar.
I'm going to get another beer.
Honestly, Scott, that was the worst Welsh accent I have ever heard.
I was going for Australian.
Right. We're going back to monetary shit.
What
What you rather do? Buy from Amazon or pay a couple of extra quid and buy it from a shop? For me,
Got to be honest, I'll probably go Amazon.
it all depends on where I am. If I'm in a record shop, we were talking about record shops pricing things up, but I check the price of stuff if I see something in a record shop, and if it's a little bit more expensive than like Discogs or have priced it up, if it's a secondhand thing, I'll buy it because I'm not paying extra for postage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for new stuff,
And plus, well, the thing is with Amazon as well, it's so easy to get. If something's comes and it's fucked, you just send it back and they give you another one.
Yeah.
Or you keep it and they give you another.
Well, yeah. Sometimes they do that as well. That's
Which
why
to me is great. I love shopping.
Would sorry, just another quick interruption. Has anybody got any spare vinyl? I would rather you take this offline. If you do, we don't necessarily want to show it on the stream right now. But Rob has an offer, and yes, there we go. Do you know what? I think this sponsorship is working out for us. It didn't actually cost us. Didn't actually cost us.
This is going great.
It's brilliant. I mean, I could not have expected anything better, really. Yeah. So generally speaking, are we? You're an online guy, Mike, because you got your beloved HMV that is like beyond ridiculous in
Yeah,
prices.
shit, I never buy anything there. Yeah, I buy online all the time. I actually like Amazon, whether they fuck up or not, because I'm more than happy to get on the phone and lose me fucking temper with somebody and try and get something for nothing. To me, it's like fucking sport. So I don't mind doing that. But also,
it is exactly like sport.
It is.
yeah. But if I was in a shop,
I'm like, if I order something, as soon as I order it, I'm thinking, am I going to have to pay for this, or is it going to be an Amazon chat, and I'm going to see what I can work out?
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes I can get an album delivered to me.
One at a time, boy. One at a time, please. Come on.
Some folk you get are just stubborn as fuck. And I'm like, I want this for free. And they're like, you're not getting it for free. And I went, no. I almost got 2 Bruce Dickinson box sets. And I was like, all right, so I'll get it for free. No, you've got to send that back. I was like, for fuck's sake. I was like, this is coming. It's fucking wrecked and all. It's for my birthday. And my brother bought me it. Don't have a brother. And they just would not give me it. They would not give me it for free.
Yeah, they've cottoned on to it a little bit now, but I'm always like, if a record arrives and it's got like a bent corner, I'm always thinking, half of me's pissed off it's bent corner, but half of me's like, yeah, I'm getting that for half price.
Yeah.
I'm definitely getting a 50% refund on that one.
I've seen me get something from Amazon in perfect condition, delivered in a timely fashion, and I'm absolutely fucking gutted.
Yeah. Like, I can't believe they packaged it up well. Bastard.
Yeah. You useless bastard. Look at the size of that box. It's like a fucking bungalow.
Can you imagine doing an unboxing video, a rant video on your channel going like, and look how well they fucking packaged it. I couldn't get any refund on this bastard.
I had to pay for this.
Yeah. I've had to pay full whack on this, the bastards.
But I would definitely, if I'm in a shop, to be honest, I would probably pay up to, I could see me paying £5 more than I could get it from somewhere else, just because I could grab hold of it and take it out with me, to be honest. Absolutely. Depending on what it was.
See if I'm in a shop, it's the thrill of finding it in a shop as well.
Yeah.
I miss that. You wouldn't just find something and go, I can maybe get that cheaper on Amazon. You go, oh, fuck that, I'm taking that right now.
Yeah.
That's in my fucking hand.
Yeah.
I miss that between working shifts and then like having my boys on the days off that I have. I just get zero time to go record shopping. And I do miss that. I'd be the same. If I saw it in a shop, I'd be like, yeah, fuck it. I'm having that.
Do you know
if
what?
It was 5 or more.
I don't know if you've noticed this, Andy, but the shops around us, they're starting to get they're actually starting to sell bootlegs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is fucking annoying.
You've got to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, because you're digging through and you'll see, you'll see Merciful Fate or you'll see Metallica. You'll pick it out and you go, that's fucking mint. Why is that 25 quid? Oh, it's a bootleg.
Too cheap.
And you're like, why the fuck are you selling bootlegs?
The studio is too cheap.
Yeah.
What?
Nice.
You got ride the lightning box set for free from Amazon.
Really? That's quality.
Sweet, that is superb.
Did you break into the fucking warehouse?
You win the Amazon challenge.
Tell us more, because that box set's that's like over £100. That, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, isn't it? Even when it's on sale, it's 140 quid.
Tell us more.
My cousin bought them all. Never opened the fuckers, and the Master of Puppets one now goes for £1,000 because it had a lower print run than all the others apparently.
There's your next video, Mr. Beardy Red Viking. Unless you've done it already, we didn't watch it, to which we apologise. But
I watch all Sam's videos now. I don't remember that. But if you can't be bothered commenting, the 29th of January at the Star and Garter, Mike will be there. We can talk about it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
They left it in the bin. Fucking
Do you know what?
genius.
When Amazon leaves stuff in my bin, that means it's protected and it doesn't get wet. It's when they leave stuff out of the bin. So you, sir, have done yourself a solid there. You've got yourself a good deal.
Mm-hmm.
Fancy leaving something though in a bin.
Yeah.
Do Amazon know what bin day it is round your neck of the woods?
I bought fucking Julie a Fitbit watch last year, and it was 105 quid, and she took it out on Christmas Day, and I bought her the smallest one you could get, well, the second to smallest one you could get, but it still looked like fucking Big Ben on her pathetic arm. And she was like, "Oh no, I can't fucking wear that, can I?" And she took it off and put it back in the box. It had come out of the box for 30 seconds, and she said, "I'm sorry to do this, but can you take that back? I don't want it." And I went, "No bother." And I sat on Christmas Day, like just fucking around on my phone, returning the Fitbit. And I got a thing back saying, "Yeah, it's okay. We've just refunded you the money to your account, and you can dispose of the watch as you see fit." I was like, fuck me, that's been on her wrist 30 seconds. So I got 80 quid for it on eBay. And fucking happy days.
And Julie never got a present.
She did, but it was only for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It's the thought that counts, yeah?
That's right.
And the refund that really counts.
I'm sure she's quite used to 30 seconds with mine.
Yeah. Everything's 30 seconds.
So that Celtic Frost box set's only cost you 70 quid then?
Yeah. Yeah.
Brilliant.
I can't believe how many people's got theirs before me, though.
Here we go. So we've got an update on the story that everyone is wondering about. They left it in the bin. It didn't realise, so he complained.
Realised when I put the bin out on Sunday evening. What the fuck?
That is fucking close, isn't it? Though that could have just been gone.
That's like hide the lightning, but in the bin.
Hide the lightning.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, genius!
Brilliant.
I actually, what we got here?
Oh yeah.
I got.
He's not. Well, that's the point Andy just made there. When at least they put it in the bin so it stays dry. But you put anything in the bin, it's always going to smell like a bin when you take it out the bin. that bin juice smell. You never get rid of that.
Juice. Oh no.
I've bought stuff off old Bert here, and it's arrived okay. He's.
Any more questions? Has Bert asked us a question yet or not?
No. Bert is. I think his alter ego is.
Bert's a bit scary. His last video scared me a bit.
Fucking right, that laugh.
That was a horror film laugh, wasn't it?
Fucking.
I'm not sure if it was just laugh or he's laughing at us because he's got something in store for us. There you go.
Right, questions. We are running short, I think. We've done the box sets one.
Yeah.
We've had our sponsorship from our adult partners. And
change of beer now, Spitfire.
We are... yeah, that's all the ones that I probably missed a couple or whatever, but that's it. Everyone's bored.
Oh, for God's sake!
All right.
I've got a good question for you. I wrote this down, preempted this one, but you hear a lot of people talk about albums from back in the day and how much they love those albums. Do you think that if, prime example, we're talking about Life of Agony, River Runs Red, right? You speak to anybody who heard that when it first come out, It was like a breath of fresh air in the metal scene. And anybody who heard that when it came out just loved it instantly. Like it was like a hardcore classic. And Scott heard me and Mike talking about it, bought it on the strength of it. What do you think of it, Scott? So my question is, if people of a certain generation fall in love with an album when it first come out, if you don't hear that album for 20 or 30 years later, is it possible to be able to enjoy that album as much as it is when it first came out?
In certain situations, yes. So if you're looking at like the kind of classic albums, definitely. So I mean, because what comes down to like a classic album is it's timeless. So it doesn't matter what period you're hearing it at, what age you're at. You listen to it and you go, "Oh, you can appreciate it. It's a fucking great album."
Yeah,
but because I bought that Life of Agony, and I thought, well, it's good, but wasn't really what I was expecting. But if you were back, say, what year did that come out? 93 or something like
Yeah.
yeah.
that. Back then, that would have been like probably a much bigger album because it was like a bit of a change up. But when you're, collecting all the time, you're getting new albums in all the time, and then you listen to something, you go, it's not a big change up for me. Do you know what I mean? Because and the thing is as well, like you don't sit with albums as much nowadays as you would back then.
Yeah,
because especially us, we're always getting music in. You maybe give something 2 or 3 plays, gets put on the shelf. You talk about it on a video. You might pull it out in another 6 months, get another listen. Back then, if you got Life of Agony, you probably played it fucking 30 times in a row. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's the only thing that's new.
And that's why I ask, because it's the musical landscape changes, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
All the time. And you will get those ones that are classics, that doesn't matter when they came out. Mm-hmm. They're always going to be a classic. But you'll get other albums that are seen as classics, but only to a certain
group.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, do you know what? I get that completely because I play the back in the day card a lot. As I think a lot of us do. Back in the day, I listened to this, and I was there. I've done this, but when it comes to bands like Van Halen and Kiss, that wasn't my back in the day. Yeah. So when I have gone back and people have just said Van Halen was such a, it's a seminal album, it influenced everybody. And I've gone back and listened to the first Van Halen album, and I've just kind of thought, well, okay.
How about it?
It's like, is it? Yeah, it's not all that. But at the time, it was no doubt groundbreaking. But I've heard everything that was influenced by it since, and I like everything that was, a lot of things were influenced by it since. So I go back to that and think like, I just don't get it. It's like bands like Thin Lizzy. I don't at all connect with Thin Lizzy. No, and there are bands that are clearly and obviously influenced by Thin Lizzy that I think are fantastic. But I don't go back and listen to Thin Lizzy. So I think it's part of it is you can go back and listen to a classic album and connect with it. But you can also go back and listen to a classic album and think, well, I don't connect with it because the things have evolved so much since, and I prefer the evolution in hindsight, after the fact.
And I suppose that's a question, because if for example you hadn't heard Scream Bloody Gore or Seven Churches back then,
yes,
it means less.
Yeah, if and people say to you, these are pretty much what defines death metal. This is the beginning point of death metal. Go and listen to that. If you never heard it back then and you go back to that, can you can you appreciate it the same as the people who heard it that first time around? You can appreciate it and think, okay, yeah, I can see where it was beginning and what was happening, but are you going to enjoy it the same, you know?
When I did that death metal debuts thing recently, the reason why I chose just debuts, I had lots of comments saying like, oh no, there are better albums than those debuts, is I had no real connection with death metal. I'd heard a few things that made me decide I didn't like it, but I went just for those debuts because I wanted to hear a sample of what the start of the scene was about. And I had no idea about this. I mean, I may have chosen the wrong bands. From the comments, I chose some good bands. Others were saying like, that's terrible. You know, but it was really just a dive in. But what I didn't want to do was, a couple of the recommendations were like bands that were like 2000s and things. I thought, well, they're influenced by the bands that started. I wanted to hear the bands that weren't influenced necessarily by the bands that started. Some of them would have been, obviously, as it went into the 90s and the ones that were started off in the 80s. But it was all, for me, it was all about trying to experience it for the first time, albeit 30 years later.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Well, that's kind
to me, it's all about production. And like some albums I was telling you a lot about the other day, the first Anacrosis album, them Holy Terror albums, and Artillery by Inheritance. I put those 4 albums on. Now, they were all albums I didn't know back in the day, and I've only got to know in the last few years, and some of them actually in the last year, with them Holy Terror albums, really. And as soon as I put them on, I just thought, like, they are fucking outstanding, them. Whereas I can put a brand new album on from even the New Testament album, I put it on and I think, I like this Testament album, but it doesn't hold a candle to any of these 4. On one listen, I knew it didn't. One listen of any of them 4, and I knew that no matter what new thrash it was, it wasn't going to compare. That didn't matter whether it was Creator or Testament or fucking whatever. I thought, no, because the sound, the production and everything, this new modern production and that, it's just got me fucking hating everything, to be quite honest. Some bands I put up with because I'm like, oh, it's Testament, and there is a bit of that. Even though I do kick against that a lot, there's still, Testament's got some catchy stuff on that new album, and so I do enjoy it. But if that had come out with a vintage sound, Jesus Christ, I don't know how awesome I would have thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was awesome.
I couldn't agree more. I'm a big thrash metal fan. I've always been a thrash metal fan, and I always will be. But a lot of these older thrash bands playing that are still going now, that honestly, it's just boring.
Yeah.
It's just boring.
It is boring because do you know what it is? They don't try.
No.
They just do what's been done, but they try to do it louder and faster.
And they don't. They think they are, but they're not.
They don't do it as well. I mean, think of a thrash band in the 80s compared to a thrash band now. A thrash band now is far more faster.
Yeah.
Than they were, just because. I mean, think of an album like Among the Living. Like that would just be a heavy metal album now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It would kill them all. Kill them all. Yeah.
Yeah, that would just be heavy metal because
Doomsday for the Deceiver, any of those.
It's just like, let's go fucking metal, and it's all blackened vocals. So it's like, it's not really thrash. They're just I don't know. They try too hard. Just you know. I just find it really hard to separate the newer band, the older bands that are still playing thrash now. You know, they've all got that, you know, Andy Sneap style production. They've all got it, and I've said it before in conversations. As much as, you know, Testament are probably one of the
the prime examples, because they're decent albums. But if you played me a song off the new album and a song off Brotherhood of the Snake or Formation of Damnation, I wouldn't know which album it was off.
No,
you know,
no character.
If you played me a song off Practice What You Preach or off Legacy, I'd know which albums they were.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's just down to I know those albums better. It's just that it's proper thrash metal and it's produced properly. Now it's just it just all sounds the same. It just honestly does. It really does. I'm not saying I don't like it, but it's just got, there's no character.
There's no personality in it.
It doesn't have you reaching for it, does it? It's like, it's good, but you don't go, I want to listen to that. I'm going to grab that.
Absolutely. And I talk about, I know sort of Michael maybe disagree to a degree, but I talk about like music having that atmosphere and it creating like an aura around it and that. And that's why I suppose I like that I talk about the filthy, dirty, horrible stuff, you know. And it's because it's got something about it. It's got a bit of personality. It's got a bit of feeling. It's got a bit of like, I can hear the band's energy in it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know? And I don't get, and I love thrash metal as much as I love death metal, but I just find thrash metal's very generic at the moment, you know.
I would agree.
I was going to say, I was going to move on to the next question, but if there's more that you want to talk about, it's.
No, I was just going to say, when me and Andy were going to the Anthrax gig, their support was Municipal Waste. But me and Andy were both like, you know, do you want to get a couple of beers or do you want to go and see Municipal Waste first? We'll just go for a couple of beers. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
then we'll just catch Anthrax.
Yeah, I wouldn't have cared about seeing Municipal Waste like at all.
You know what
it's
I mean?
Just
so,
fucking,
that's all it is. It's like, it's not, they call it thrash, but it's not thrash. It's not 80s thrash.
No.
It's not original thrash.
Here's one. This is a little bit different, where we can actually. So, best albums. Are there any albums that you guys have been turned onto by ourselves?
Each other.
Or by each other.
Well, we should really be able to name one by each of the other three. So
I don't think I can't imagine I've put you onto any albums.
But it is 1 a.m, so the memories may be a bit.
Toddler Tour with Scott for the start.
There we go.
Andy, fucking hell, I'll come back to Andy.
Hell Ripper.
oh, fucking hell, yeah. Yeah, Hell Ripper.
What a great suggestion.
And Marc would be. I don't know if. I'm not sure. There will be. I know there will be, but it'll be death metal, and it's probably something that I didn't listen to, but maybe knew of, and then he's went on about it. I thought, yeah, all right then, but I can't think just at the moment.
Well, for me, I would say Marc put me on to Atrophy.
Yeah.
Mike, who did you put me on to? You put me on to Grand Magus.
Mm.
Same here.
Oh, sorry. Is that not a good enough one for you? Andy's put me on to fucking loads. Let's pick one. Ram.
Pick them all.
Yeah.
So you've got to remember, you see, Andy's got an unfair advantage as he is the owner of a compilation tape of his own doing. So that introduced me to Hell Ripper, Midnight Force, Seven Sisters, Eliminator, Toledo Steel.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just, yeah, so many bands that Andy's loving it. Look at him. So many bands that I've.
Oh fuck no.
Yeah. Fuck that.
Oh, you gotta keep it real. You gotta keep it real.
So I have really found myself sort of renewing my love for that traditional heavy metal style, you know, and discovering other bands because of that. Then, you know, I remember Scott showed an album once on one of his videos by a band called Reckless. And it had just a white cover with the Reckless logo. Yeah. And I was weirdly intrigued by it, so I hunted it down and bought it. And it's good, you know. And I have to say, watching Scott's videos, before I even started making my own videos, I watched all three of you already. And even I wasn't into the same music. I obviously had an association with Mike because Mike listened to a lot of music I did. Obviously, Andy was a little bit more sort of traditional heavy metal, but Scott, there was something about I just liked you as a human being. I thought I like him. I connect with him. He's good. I just liked your passion for it. So that probably turned me on a little bit because.
Thank you.
Didn't turn me on like in a sexual way, but I mean turned me on to like.
That came later, just to both.
I had to remember to put that extra sentence in there, didn't I? But when I first started off getting into metal, I started off with the likes of Poison and Motley Crue and all these bands. So I think watching you and listening to you talk about it made me remember my own youth and going, you know. So when I heard you talking about bands like Reckless and that was like, I'll have to check them out. And I enjoy the collection now. Yeah, Johnny Crash. There you go.
That was one that he got me onto.
And obviously with Mike, Mike's very much obviously similar age to me, very much to this. But he always it was. I remember Pandemia, and I remember knowing that album and forgetting about it completely until I ended up chatting with Mike, and he said, "Oh yeah, you know, where I live in this part of the world, there was a band from here called Pandemia." I was like, "Fucking hell, I remember them," and it made me go and hunt their album out, and it's a belter, as we all know.
Yeah, so on that comment, I made a mixtape. I didn't release a compilation. It was like nobody was made or lost in the creation of it.
Have you got any of those tapes left, Andy?
I can make many more.
I'd like one.
Simon,
I have a CD for my car, which I do play all the time. But I've seen other people show the cassette, and I always thought I'd quite like one of those cassettes. You know.
Yeah, if anyone,
So there you go. I reckon Simon's up for a cassette there.
Yeah, just drop me. My email address is on my YouTube profile. He says daringly in front of 30 people right now, and anyone who may watch later. But yeah, I can. Oh yeah, it's cool. It's it was just an old mix of British new wave of traditional heavy metal. Everything you'd hate, Mike. Everything you'd hate in metal. It was
no, I remember it.
No, but it's brilliant. It cost me about £100.
Cool. I was just trying to catch some of those comments because I was enjoying that chat and I wasn't actually watching. There we go. Midnight Force are awesome. They are from Edinburgh, Germany.
They're from Scotland, aren't they?
Yeah, well, they are, but their guitarist is from Germany, and with all Brexit and shit, he went back home, I think, and they don't get together so much now. There you go, Mark. Turned me on to Zentrix. Try to think of I didn't say the bands I got turned on to by others. Grand Magus was a big one for me from Mike. And I think even on my recent death metal exploration, you helped me out there with a few of the thrashier numbers, Mark. Definitely.
Yeah.
That was an interesting experiment. I
do remember showing an album by a band called Eerie, and you were quite impressed with them.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was kind of. They were one of those bands that's difficult to pigeonhole.
Absolutely, yeah. They were like
What's
a bit,
the worst thing?
a bit stonery, but a bit heavy metal-y, but a bit doomy, a bit of all sorts, weren't they?
Bit of everything.
What's the worst thing that you've seen somebody show that you've had to listen to that one of the other ones is shown, and you've fuck off, and you've listened to it and just thought, oh my god, what the fuck planet are they on? There was one Andy showed, right, and I needed to listen to 5 seconds of it, and it was something about, I can't even remember the name of the band, but it was something about a samurai. What is it, Andy?
What's that?
What's that album? Something about a samurai. And I put it on, and it was on 5 seconds, and I was like, is he taking the fucking piss? Is he just doing this to ruin my day?
Was it Grand Prix?
I'm not sure.
Is he just trying to ruin my day?
No, I think the band was called something Samurai.
Oh,
it was fucking
Skeletor. Was it? Oh no, you got me all over. You've got me reaching, mate.
Oh, cyber metal.
Was it that one?
Cyber, yeah.
I've got that album. It's fucking brilliant. Farley at the Nerd Cave sent me that. That's the one, yeah.
I only listened to it for 10 seconds, to be honest, and thought, I can't cope with that.
Judas Priest worship, but
it's decent. Yeah, it's decent, that.
But then again, we do tend to feed off each other's taste. When I discard something and say it's shit, you pick it up and go, "That's fucking awesome." Oh.
Yeah.
And that's what
I was well happy with your disdain for the Macaulay Shankerade, and I thought, yeah, I need to get all them.
And that's what makes this group such a wonderful place to be.
It is.
And that's what makes
we all like metal, but we all like we still do have our ups and downs with metal and different. Like, we don't all like the same albums.
Yeah, no. and if any of these people who are watching could see our group chat that we have, they'd understand that.
And would probably be arrested.
And even if you agree on an album, you don't tend to agree on the song, do you?
No.
Did you bang your head when you sat down, Scott?
I've got to pause when I just mentioned it. But it's what I actually like, and what we've talked. I think what we've talked about as a group is the fact that sometimes on the VC, people are too scared to say maybe what they really think. But amongst us, we just if someone puts something up and goes, "This is awesome," between the three of us, we can turn around and go, "Actually, it's fucking shit." Yeah. And then the person who says it's awesome isn't offended because they still think it's awesome.
Yeah.
This is Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Samurai. That's what I was thinking of originally, Mike, when you said that. That Samurai one.
No. Was that other one?
I think I recommended this to you, and this was also too much to you. This is a very AOR type.
I love that cover, though. That cover's quite... I'd buy that just for the cover.
Is. I bought it on the... Oh, actually, we were talking earlier about covers we bought because we thought they were awesome.
Yeah.
This is one. I bought it because I thought it was awesome, but it's shit. It's... I'm not an AOR type of guy. But there we go. Whew, let's see. Yes, Bert. We'll do that. Where we go? Hold on. Yeah, sorry. You see, we have a chat, and I'm trying to run this shit, and then it all falls to pieces. Let's try and find another question. Oh God, give us a question, people. Someone think here. Think of a question. Dead silence. Mark, where's your tumbleweed? Your tumbleweed.
In the meantime, I'll talk about this in the meantime. Because honestly, this is the best album I've heard in a long time.
China again, isn't it?
Honestly, this fucking Fulci album, it's just fucking mind blowing. Now, this is an album that I love because of the atmosphere. I'm not into horror films and stuff.
Get in there.
This starts with like this creepy as fuck music, and there's samples from this 1979 horror film. And I even watched it. I mean, I've been obsessed with this for like 2 months, and I even watched the film, which I didn't enjoy, but these bands who use these samples, they seem to like anything that I might like in a film. I don't need to watch it because they seem to know just which samples to include in the album and to get me like really loving it and stuff. And it's fucking so awesome. Yeah, I know. But did you get a signed postcard in yours, though, man?
Oh, you bastard!
And or a keyring?
But is yours invisible?
Yeah.
Oh right, no.
Sorry about the glare.
Yeah. Sorry.
And mine is a funny colour.
Do you mean that one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not so smug now, are we?
Yeah.
No.
Fuck you.
Yeah, that around you.
I know. I went for the black vinyl because it was more limited.
And there is everything that is wrong with the physical
Mike got the standard marble one.
Yeah.
No, honestly, what do you mean? This is only 350 pressed.
Yeah, ours.
Yeah,
and
there's only one black vinyl.
The black one's 200.
You should have said one, Mark. That would have been even better.
Yeah. No, to be honest, it was. It's a brilliant album, and being the mental collector I am, I've already got this on CD and cassette. But when I saw the vinyl, and this is the 5th press of this vinyl, that's how popular it's been. And
I'll tell you what, this is going to be a future classic.
I think this is sold out now as well.
It's going to be a future classic. This is going to be an album, right? This is going to be an album that sells for big money in the years to come.
It's a belter. It's an absolute belter of an album.
And so I tell you what else, I really want that.
Metal
Huh?
Is that hair metal or?
It's a cross between Look What the Cat Dragged In and someone else I can't remember.
like REO Speedwagon.
Yeah. And the other album I can't stop listening to is that fucking Druid Lord. I want that. And they've just put it up to 30 fucking quid now on Amazon.
It's a belter, that.
I won't be getting that.
That's a good one. But talking about albums, so unbeknownst to viewers, these 3 fine gentlemen, when it was my 50th birthday in August, chipped in and sent me a voucher from Amazon. And if I'm honest, I've never told these 3 boys what I bought with that, have I?
No.
Yeah. No, we just thought you were ungrateful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, right, the live one.
That's what I bought with it, boys. The obituary, slowly rot, live and rotting, and cause of death, live infection, live recordings of two of the greatest, 2 of my favourite death metal albums ever. So thank you, boys.
Oh, happy
Not
birthday!
too bad.
Appreciate that.
I'm glad it was well spent.
Belters, absolutely well spent. And what I love about that as well is every time I listen to those, I'll think of you 3.
Oh,
I'll try not to think of Scott's cum face,
Well, I was going to say, don't get a semi.
But yeah, thank you for that, boys.
Right.
A public show of affection there from me.
We'll love it.
Nice
There was a
one.
couple of good questions that came in that I've actually lost now. There's one. There's a couple more. There's a couple came in earlier. I'll find them. Where's your want list? How long is it?
6.5 inches.
Oh, my want list grows faster than I can buy stuff.
Yeah.
And it's down to the VC. Simple as that. You know, before I joined YouTube and making videos, I was into the sort of music I was, but I found out about so many other bands since making videos and watching other people's videos. My want list just gets bigger and bigger, and it's financially you can't keep up with it, can you? You know.
What I did was I deleted mine and said I don't have a want list. There's some things on there as a reminder, but they're not necessarily a want list.
Do you have a physical list? I don't keep a physical list. I just know what I want in my head.
I've got my want list on Amazon. It's ridiculous.
Is it? I've got one on Discogs. I have a Discogs one, like albums that I'm looking for. But that's it. That's the only list I have.
No, I'll just cruise Amazon, and then
does your basket then sort of the bit below your basket where you move to basket? Is that got shitloads in?
No, it's just my actual. I would just move it to a want list.
There's a want. Yeah, you can put a wish list in Amazon.
Yeah, you can. It's like a wish list.
Okay.
So I've just got like a massive wish list, and I mean, I've been putting stuff in that for 4 years. And there's still stuff I've not bought because some stuff just does not budge in price at all.
Yeah, I know.
And but then some stuff will just like suddenly fall and I'll buy it, but I'm always putting stuff in it, so it's never going to get any better. What
would you say at this moment? Sorry, Andy, do you have a want list as well, like a physical want list?
Oh no, I've got. Do you know what? I can't bring myself to delete it, but part of me wants to because I've got to the point where when I looked at the things I really wanted, most of the stuff I've probably got. When I thought about like let me get the stuff that I had as when I was younger, that I had on mixtape, get it on vinyl. I've got most of that stuff. The stuff I haven't got is kind of beyond me. I don't want to have a wish list that's just full of stuff that's just way too expensive because I know I want it. But what's the point in putting, a load of stuff on a list that you're never going to have? I mean, I want $1 million house. There's no point putting it on a list because I'm not going to get it.
Yeah.
But I am trying to, as I am trying to curate my collection, I'm also looking at my want list thinking like, do I really want it? I have put stuff on a want list and people have said to me, like, oh, you've got that on your want list, I've seen. And I've looked at it and thought, I have no idea what that is. I put it, I obviously, I saw it in a search when I was
been on there a while.
Someone recommended it. I stuck it on my want list, and I'm looking at it now, thinking like, I don't know why that's on my want list. So I'd love to just condense it down to things that would be really important. But if I think I did do that, it would be everything that was just way beyond my price range. So it'd almost be like, well, what's the point in having it in the first place?
Is there anything that you boys would you class as at the top of your want list, or anything right at this moment that any of you are looking at and go, I really want to get that. I really want that album.
I'm starting to get to the stage now where, because I don't want a collection of like thousands and thousands of records. I want a really great classic metal collection. So I'm now looking at maybe the more pricier albums. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes I'll just go, well,
OGs or
OGs. Because I've been really lucky in the past. I've got a lot of OGs, that I've been really lucky with, like price wise, like Eternal Nightmare,
Forbidden Evil, you bastard.
Yeah, Forbidden Evil, like stuff like that. I've been really lucky with. But now I'm thinking, like, I would really love to get, like, say, like Paradox, Heresy. That's like one of the ones I'd love to get. OG.
I think Simon's want list is bigger than any of ours.
But it's more like, you know, I want to just build quality in my Crew 94. That would definitely be one of them. But that's fucking ridiculous price. So it's stuff like I would say it's more 80s classic thrash albums.
Yeah,
are going to cost me the money, I think. But I'm not ever opposed to now, because there's a few times I've picked up albums or I've been on I've made a video and I thought I've been holding things going, oh, I thought I'd never own this.
Yeah.
So now I'm at the stage where no, everything's possible to own. You just need to probably be more patient. That's what I've always looked out for, and that is never anywhere. That Arch, For the Sake of Mankind.
I think I've got that on CD, actually.
What's that?
I think I've got that on CD, but a reissue.
Yeah.
That's the second one, yeah.
But I mean, I think the cassettes go for £25. So I'd quite like to just like build up my OG 80s thrash. So I think I'm going to go for like the more probably expensive stuff.
That has been one of my grails, and the fact it's been reissued. I don't pre-order many albums. The minute I saw that pre-order up, I was like, that. I'm all over that.
So Eternal Nightmare, that's violence, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I was kind of late to that one. It's a great album, but this comes on to another one of my maybe bugbears. But grails, can a reissue be a grail, or are you just getting something that you're getting because you can't get the grail? To me, the grail is if it's an Eternal Nightmare. If I wanted an OG of that, and that was my grail, would getting a reissue mean I've got my grail because I've got it on vinyl?
Yeah.
To me, no.
Yeah.
Nah,
I think it's the reason it's called a Holy Grail is because
you think it's out of reach.
There's only one Holy Grail, so you know if it's a record, it means there's not many of them.
Which means get what they want on vinyl. Don't get me wrong; it's not like the record you're getting.
Yeah,
this
is the argument, isn't it? This is the argument whether it's like a record that you really want, or really, for me, a Holy Grail it's a Holy Grail because it's hard to find. You know, you're constantly looking for it and you're never finding it, and that's why it's a Grail. I mean, there's a lot of records out there. Look, if it has got a reissue, you get the music and that's great. You've got it, but I'll have Eternal Nightmare there on vinyl, but an OG press is still a Grail because it's the OG press and it was in short supply back in the day. You know.
So here's a question then. Here's a question. What about? Here's 3 questions, but it's going to be the same thing. What's your best find? Like, say, like,
good question.
Grail wise. So I think my best find was from the same seller on eBay. Probably I think it was a couple of years ago now, and I picked up Violence, Eternal Nightmare, OG. And Sacred Reich, American Way, OG. And I think I paid I think I paid £55 for the two of them.
That's fucking outrageous.
I know, and I'm pretty sure it was around the £55, maybe maximum. I think it was 60, and I just thought, oh my fucking god! And you know, it was one of those things. I was like, I will not be happy until these things are in my hand. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I thought,
Yeah.
is this guy taking the fucking piss? And then I got them both through, and I was just like, I cannot believe I've got these two on OG vinyl.
No, I watched the video thinking, I fucking can't believe he's got them.
Yeah, it was outrageous.
A sweet moment as a collector, Scott.
That's one of those moments that will like stand out as a highlight in my collecting journey.
I had one a few years ago, and it was fairly early on in my making videos for YouTube, and there was someone had put it on Marketplace, was selling a load of CDs. A brother had got a new job and he was moving away, and she was selling some of his CDs. She wanted £1 each for them, £1 each. So I looked through the list, and there was a few Pink Floyd on there. I thought, well, I'll pick them up. You know, I like a bit of Pink Floyd, but it was to buy them to punt them on, if I'm honest. And then I looked down and I saw this list of Iron Maiden. So I thought, well, for £1 each, I'll just get all the Iron Maiden ones. I didn't really pay much attention to them.
I remember your video on those.
I remember that one as well. All the CD singles.
Yeah, it was the 10 years. The 10 years later, all of them for £1 each.
Brilliant.
£1 each. I was like, what the fuck? So I got all 10, but there was also a few other Iron Maiden, like Bring Your Daughter to the Slaughter CD single, and there was all sorts, and I can't remember now, but I think I bought like 15 Iron Maiden CDs for £15, and like I say, 10 of them were the 10 years after. Mm-hmm. I was like, you know, and it was only when I got them and I was sort of cleaning them, and I thought, wow, and I just sort of had a look on Discogs and what have you. I was like, shit, I didn't realise they were this sought after, you know. But that was the moment.
Well, it's funny because I've just seen Darcy say it's up to the individual when we're on about OGs or reissues, and I've got the weirdest thing. I don't know whether anyone else has got this. So I've picked two records out here. They're both reissues, right? Now that one, Spiritual Healing, to me is like, well, I've got the music and it's vinyl shaped. I'm not that arsed about it. I love the album, don't get me wrong, but I used to have the original back in the day, and the back cover didn't look like that. Yeah. And so I had that, and if I had that again, that would be like, oh, that's brilliant. But as it is now, that's just like, I've got a record that sort of resembles Spiritual Healing from when I was a kid, and that's how I sing that record. I don't give a shit about it. And then I never had that one. Didn't know about that as a kid. So that reissue is like, oh yes, I've got that. I love that. Now it's no better than, or no worse than the Obituary one, but because I used to own the Death one, sorry, that's like, you know, that it doesn't matter. And I think like when that vinyl reissue come out of Violence this week, I was like, nah, fuck that. I used to have the original. I'm not doing that. You know, and I bought that Halloween box set, and I've only just been talking tonight saying that I think it's great because I'm talking about the contents of the music. But when I opened that box set and got them records, I was like, fucking hell. And the same week, I bought the original press of Keepers 1 and 2 after buying the box set the same week because I love them albums. And if I want to play Keepers 1 and 2, my box set Keepers 1 and 2 is never getting fucking touched because the shit to me. They're just like, I used to have them in the day. These are the real ones. I don't know what the fuck these are. They're just things that look sort of like them. I think, to be honest, reissues are fucking sad, but sometimes money just dictates that you've no choice. But to me, I would much rather records were a far more sensible price, and we could all just hunt out OGs, because I wouldn't own any reissues, to be honest.
Yeah. This reissue for me was a grail, and I've said this before on my channel about around Holy Grail is, to me personally, regardless of what I mean, and the comments in here have been great about people who have different and it is a personal thing, but to me, I've got about 4 copies of the OG of this, but because I am slightly obsessed with owning lots of different copies of it, when I saw there was a reissue on Back on Black, I wanted to grab it, and it was in 2010 this came out, when vinyl was not that massive. And this was really hard to find. So that was, to me, was like, I want this extra pressing. Nathan sent me the Japanese copy. That wasn't a grail for me because I never, ever thought I would ever own it. So it wasn't a grail. It wasn't like I have to have that Japanese pressing because it's a grail. It was just like, it just never even crossed my mind I would get it. But this was a grail because it was potentially achievable, but I never found it, and it would never come up. And just for Marty, I've got an OG. That's part of the I guess the collector's thing, isn't it? Other people have what you.
I'm very pleased that you've got that that OG vinyl, but I believe the sleeve's very flimsy.
It is a little. I've got to say,
and you can't read the lyrics.
I've actually got it with a backing to it because it is wacky.
Now
it is almost like it's all a bit. The vinyl is lovely, but it's got, let's say, a little bit of edge wear.
It's still a beautiful thing, Andy. That's still a beautiful thing.
But it wasn't a grail though.
No, but the new reissue of that looks very much the same. It's got the same picture on the back. Doesn't have the same like thanks list and all that on the back, but it's very similar. But as much as I'm looking forward to having that reissue, I would still love an OG. And it's I agree with Mark. It's because I had it back in the day. I had it, and I've got an association with it. And the reissue is brilliant, and I'm made up to have it, but it's not. It doesn't look the same as the one I have.
Great for people who've never had them as well. It's like, all right, I'm pleased it's come out for you. Don't get me wrong. I'm pleased you're able to get a copy of it and you're enjoying it and all that. But when you've had it, when you used to have it as a kid, and every single house you went in and sat around fucking listening to records, and everyone had it, and it was scopped on the fucking bed, and no one gave a shit. And you could lay your hands on fucking 35 copies of History of a Time to Come.
Throw me that record.
It's hard to get like. It's hard to fucking. For a start, it's hard to stump up the money to buy them in today and pay the price that they go for. That's hard. But I just find that it's hard to own the stuff that you've had years ago when you know it's different. You know, it's just.
I think for me it's. I mean, obviously, I've picked up reissues of some stuff, like, because. I mean, I was really happy to pick up the reissue of Ozzy's No More Tears, because that's a fucking pain in the arse to get on vinyl. Do you know what I mean? It's expensive, or when it does come up, it's quite scarce anyway. So I was happy to get that. But would I rather have an OG? Definitely.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because that's what came out at the time. It's like, for me, it's not just it's not. I mean, it is about having the music, but I've got the CD. You know what I mean? It's not like it's not like I can't listen to it. But it's
it's the collector in you, isn't it?
Yeah,
You know?
it's like having the actual the version that came out at the time. Do you know what I mean? Listening to what everyone else was listening to at the time. It's I don't know. It's just it's different.
Yeah.
And obviously, I'll pick up reissues. I've picked up all the some of the Sabotage reissues, because some of them are an absolute pain in the arse to get. So it's not like I'm against it, but
that's a good question there from Marty. Would you rather spend the next 10 years looking for an OG of an album you love, or just buy the reissue so you can listen to it when you still can?
This was me. This was me a few years ago. I was all about the OG. I would not get any reissues. Now, I've gone over that. I can quite happily, maybe because of the cost and I'm a tight ass, but I would quite happily get a reissue. But the OG would still be the Grail. But I'm
I was going to say,
okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't take me. It wouldn't quench me thirst. It would be like, well, I've got it, but it doesn't fix the problem.
It would quench it would quench the thirst, but I wouldn't be, you know, it would dull the pain. I wouldn't be. I still have to have that OG. If the OG came along and it was achievable, I would get it, because that's the way I've changed in the way I thought. But when I 8 years ago, when I started getting back into records again, it was all I was going to do was collect OG vinyl, OG 80s metal was my focus. And then I bought this album, I bought that album, and then reissues came along. I was like, nah, reissues not for me, because I'm all about the OGs, and the price went up. And there were things I thought, well, I'd quite like to have, and there's that reissue, but that's against my principles. Then I thought, bugger my principles. I want to get the album, but I still want, the Grail was still the OG for me, and some of them I accept now. I'll never get, because we were talking about what we're going to do with our collection when we die. I mean, if I decide that I'm going to sell off all my collection by the time I'm 80, and at 79.5 I get the OG that I'm looking for, like, what's the fucking point? I'm going to I'm not going to get any longevity out of it, so I'm kind of past it a little bit.
There's no point in holding back. Like, you can't sit and go, no, I can't listen to that until it's on OG vinyl.
No.
Just fucking just get it.
And there are people that say, I don't.
If it means that much to you, if you see the OG vinyl coming up, sell. If you're that dead set on getting the OG, sell the reissue, and that can maybe get you halfway towards the OG.
I probably would do if the other things were achievable. But also, there are people that were a very media. I'm only getting vinyl, and then they won't have an album, and they can't listen to that album because they're only vinyl.
Yeah,
and they can get it on CD and listen to it. So ultimately, to me, I'd rather have the music than hold myself back because it's not on a particular format.
The music's the main thing.
Yeah,
absolutely. And as much as like there's OGs that I would love, and they're never going to be at the way it is at the moment. They're never going to be achievable for me because I'm just not prepared to pay that money. So a reissue, I am more than happy with. A reissue will do me, and it does quench my desire for that OG. I'm quite happy to go, okay, if I ever see the OG pop up for the right money, I'll pick it up. But until then, fuck it.
Well, do you know what? As well, some OGs, I can't remember what it is. It might be that Imperial. Fucking what do they call that? What's that album? Imperial Doom.
Monstrosity,
right? I think the OG vinyl of that came in like a 12-inch sleeve, so no spine and that on the side.
Really?
Now who the fuck wants that? You know what I mean? Now that would be a great OG to find, and it would probably be for 400 quid.
Yeah.
But I think it's that. It might not be, mind. If someone's got a copy of it, because I know fucking Simon is in the chat, and Jürgen, and there's a good chance one of them two fuckers will have it. But
Yeah, they've got the best OG collections going.
If they haven't, and I'm right, my memory's right, that fucking, if you got an OG of that and you spent 400 quid and it came in a 12-inch sleeve, you'd be fucking gutted, wouldn't you? You know, no spine on it. And back then, when vinyl was worth fuck all to these, to people, you know, they didn't get any love. It got basic, shitty releases. Whereas an OG, a reissue of that, you'd snap it up because you know that it would be all bells and whistles with a fucking coloured vinyl that, you know, aligned itself to the artwork and shit like that. You know, that would be better than getting a fucking 12-inch sleeve on a fucking album from years ago, wouldn't it? Even though it wouldn't be worth a tenth of the value.
Yeah. No, it's the same kind of argument. Like people used to have a go at me when I first started making videos and stuff. People used to have a go at me and said, "Oh, you didn't find it in the wild, so it's not really a find, is it? Because you bought it on eBay." And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I was like, you can spend 20 years trying to find a fucking album in a shop,
especially in the town you live in.
Exactly, aye. So people used to have a go at me going, "Oh well, yeah, well, you got the album, but you had to go on eBay to buy it." I was like, well, fucking, I'd rather. That's the same, but it's the same kind of argument. I'd rather have the music.
Yeah. Plus, as well,
wait fucking 20 years for it to show up in my local shop. So it's the same kind of argument with reissues.
Plus, as well, that like the argument with the reissues is, as much as something's an OG and OG press, you know, are you happy to just have it in any condition? You know,
well, yeah,
you're gonna buy a reissue. You're gonna get it brand new. It's gonna be perfectly
playable.
It's gonna be
fucking perfect.
It's great. If something's a Grail, an OG press, but are you happy to have it with seam splits and a bit of a warp and a few scratches here and the label bubbling? Yeah. You know, when does an OG become that Grail to you? If you look at it and you go, prime example there, I suppose, with Andy with that Violence one there, it's like he's got it and it's a beautiful thing, but every time he gets it out, I'm sure he thinks I don't want to touch it. I feel like I want to put gloves on in case it fucking just falls apart.
I don't do that thing of keeping records outside of the sleeve. I keep all my records inside the sleeve. This one, it's outside the sleeve because the cover's paper thin.
Yeah.
So that's I mean, yeah, there we go. So yeah, you're right. It's like if a Grail's not playable, what's the
final question from Sean, which I think is a good way to wrap up the stream at nearly 5 hours. That's fucking mental.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Final one Grail each. Mine will probably just be some 90s death metal that I really want. Most of my Grails are that. So,
which one though, Mike?
Pick one.
You got to pick it.
Dismember, Indecent and Obscene.
Oh.
Which will be coming out before the end of the year anyway, apparently. So that'll be good. But I'm never going to buy an OG that fucker.
Back on Black.
Scott.
Oh, fuck off. Come back to me.
Mark.
I've got a few, but I would have to say, and it's I would have to say it's got to be Symbolic by Death, because I've got all of the represses on vinyl, and it's the only one that's missing.
Well, there's that as well.
They did an OG press, but they also did do a repress a few years ago on white vinyl. But when they released all of the new albums on the recent Relapse Records reissues, Symbolic's the only one that's missing. and I feel like it's the missing piece, you know. But an OG copy of that, or even one of the reissues. I think it might have been Metal Blade who did it. I can't remember. But they did a white. Even that white vinyl version goes for about 80, 90 quid. So I would probably say that's my top grail.
I
Now,
don't really.
Come on, Scott. You've had time to think now.
No, I'll give you a couple more minutes because mine's a little bit of a cop out because I don't know if I have anything that is a absolute top grail just because of where I am right now with my headspace about buying stuff and just spending money that I don't need to. But I would, despite having about 9 different versions of it, I would love to have an original Iron Maiden US pressing on. I think it's on Harvest because that would sit nicely in the collection. It would balance it out. You know, it would be, you know, add to the continents. I've got Dutch.
And what you're looking at? What price is that? What's that commanding at the moment?
Do you know what? It's probably not obscene. It's not a grail because of the obscene price. It's difficult to get hold of because the in the UK. Yeah. It's just not. But you could probably go out to a store in the US and probably find it. But I mean, a UK OG is 40, 50 quid these days for decent condition. So it'd probably be comparable to that. But that would just sit nicely. That would be. I would redo my Iron Maiden. I think I did a video. It was like, "What you come into my room? I want to show you all my wares." And that was all my Iron Maiden original albums. And I would redo it and have that one in. I think that would be nice.
I've got a few, and I'm not really out of range. Really, one is my top one's probably out of range. The Motley Crue '94 album. That's probably out of range.
Is that an official release?
What's that?
Is it an official release?
Yeah, it's official. But it's a double album, and it's fucking just ridiculous price. I'd love to get. I still need to get Forbidden, Twisted into Form, OG. Love to get that. What's the other one? There's another one I was going to.
That's a good album.
Yeah, there's another one I was going to mention as well. Can't remember. Paradox, Heresy. Quite like to get that. And I'd love to get Sepultura. Beneath the Remains on OG. And not that it's like totally out of reach, but you know, if you want to spend 60, 70 quid. So there we go.
Billy.
So which one? And only one, Scott, because you said about 5 there. Which one?
Yeah, come on, greedy boy.
Crew 94. There we go. Right, that was fun.
That's nearly 5 hours. That has flown by, hasn't it?
That has actually.
That is
feel it in the morning.
And that just shows we never organised nothing. We just went, let's go on and just chat about stuff.
Yeah.
How good has that been?
Thank you to everyone who's stayed with us all this time.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Cheers, everyone. Really appreciate you taking the time.
We do. We'll try and get another one of these soon.
And so everybody's just in and out throughout. It's been a pleasure.
We'll get one done before the year's out, eh?
We'll try. We always try.
Let's not make promises, man. No.
Don't worry, I've still got a bit of annual leave to take, boys. We'll be all right.
Cheers, guys.
See you later,
boys. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody. See you soon.
Take care.
Cheers.